Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech Expert Training on SAP Ariba with CIG. Get ready to unlock the power of this cutting-edge procurement solution. In this comprehensive course, you'll master SAP Ariba's seamless integration with the Contracts Intelligence Gateway, CIG. Discover how this potent combination revolutionizes contract management, streamlining the entire source-to-pay process. We'll dive deep into leveraging CIG's AI-driven capabilities for intelligent contract authoring, risk analysis, and obligation management. You'll learn to harness Ariba's strategic sourcing tools, collaborating seamlessly with suppliers through a unified platform. ZaranTech's industry experts will guide you through best practices for automating contract workflows, ensuring compliance, and mitigating risks. Gain invaluable insights into spend analysis and supplier performance management, driving cost optimization and operational excellence. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP Ariba. 2. Key features of SAP Cloud Connector. 3. Cloud Connector use cases. 4. Architecture overview. 5. Data flows. 6. Master data synchronization. 7. Real-time updates. 8. Transaction data integration. 9. Integration challenges. 10. Conclusion. Let's dive in.
Okay, so I think we can start now. This training actually includes like CIG implementation, how we are going to implement the CIG. We'll talk about all these like structure, like, that different activities, what we have to perform to implement the CIG. And we'll also try to understand some process flow as well, how actually the process flow is working, and to achieve the process flow or whatever different setup that we have to, perform. We'll talk about all this setup. Okay. But apart from that, I will also try to show you some project specific document just only for look and feel. All right. So I mean to say, like, in that cases, like that will be only for your look. So that recap, I'm just doing only for your understanding purpose so that we can just align all those things what we discussed, and then we'll move forward. So if you remember in the previous session, we discussed about the system architecture, about the CIG, how actually the system architecture of CIG looks like. And in that cases, we discussed about like, that CIG basically we have to use for the ERP integration, right? So generally, if your customer, they are having the SAP ERP system, and if they are going to implement the SAP Ariba applications, so they can implement any of the particular Ariba application. And in that cases, if they would like to have the integration, so in that cases, we have to place CIG in between of the ERP and the Ariba system, like you can see here. Right. So CIG we have to place in between of this Ariba and the ERP system. So since we are placing the CIG in between of this ERP and the Ariba, so we can say CIG is going to act as the middleware. All right. So CIG is not actually the middleware. CIG is called as a direct connectivity, and it is transmitting the data in the real time. But since from technically, if you see, we are placing in between of the ERP and the Ariba, so that is why it is called as a middleware. So as a result of this architecture, what will happen whenever you are going to send any information from ERP to Ariba, that information will first come from the ERP to CIG, and from CIG, it will go to the Ariba Solutions, Ariba applications. And the same way, if you are going to send any particular information from Ariba to ERP, in that case also, that information will come from Ariba to CIG first, and from CIG it will go to the ERP system. So this kind of landscape usually you will see with the customer side, where you will have your ERP system in the backend. In the front end, you will have the Ariba applications, or whatever the applications that your customer they have implemented, and then you will have the integration, like of this integration with the CIG. Okay, and with the help of the CIG, the particular information is going to flow from Ariba to ERP, or from Ariba to Ariba to ERP, or from ERP to the Ariba system. Okay, so this is something, a kind of normal landscape that you will see. Then apart from that, like whenever we have to work on the CIG, so as we understood, CIG is only applicable in case of the ERP integration, right? But it does not means like whatever the ERP landscape that your customer they have, we can implement, we can use the CIG. It's not true, because from CIG point of view as well, we are having some support metrics, right? So what is the support matrix from the ERP from the CIG point of view? So in that cases, like we have to actually check the versions of the ERP system. So generally, if you see from the ERP side, you will have two different kind of like a system. You may have the SAP ECC, or you may have the SAP S/4HANA, right? So in case if your customer they are available on the SAP ECC, in that cases you should have the ECC version at least ERP 6.0. So if your customer, they are not available on the ERP 6.0, they are on the lesser version, like let's say ERP 4.6. So in that cases, they will not be able to use CIG directly, and we have to talk to SAP team, and accordingly we have to prepare the roadmap. So might be the SAP suggest to customer like they have to first upgrade their landscape to ECC 6.0 or higher, then we'll implement the CIG, or might be based on the customer system architecture, they may also suggest to go with some middleware, and on top of the middleware that we have to implement the CIG. So this kind of thing also will will come like during implementing the CIG, and we have to work with the SAP team closely to how prepare our roadmap, how we have to implement the CIG. Okay. But apart from that, in some cases, in case of the SAP S/4HANA, so in case of SAP S/4HANA, we don't have any kind of limitations, and whatever the HANA version you have, that is 1710, 6010, 1709, 1909, 2101, 2301 something. So whatever the HANA version you have, we can use the CIG on that into that. So in that cases, we don't have any kind of like limitations or restrictions. Whatever the HANA version that basically we have, we can easily use CIG on top of that. Okay, so this is one thing that we have to take care during this CIG implementation. And once all these particular information, all the particular activities will get completed. Now, one thing here you can ask, or let me ask this question just to check your understanding. How you came to know, like what is your customer ERP version, whatever different landscape they have, or whatever different middleware they are currently using. How you will come to know about this during the implementation? Generally, what is happening even what is happening during implementing this any Ariba solutions. So initially, before going to start our prepare phase, initially we have to conduct a kind of system architectural review meetings with the client, and you have to use some template for that. I will show the template once again. Sorry, I'll show the template in some time. So the template having the list of the standard questionnaire, and that questionnaire we have to discuss with the customer, like what is your current ERP version, how many different kind of environment you have, like do you have development, test, quality, test or production, and even sandbox as well. Do you have any kind of middleware? If yes, so what is the version of the middleware? Do you have DMS? Do you have this kind of feature? So all the questions are there in the template. So that's something we have to initially run with the customer, and we have to ask them all these things. If you are already working with the client, so some of the informations you can easily find out, as Sinu said, like we can go to system, we can find out. But if you are not aware about some information, or in any cases, even though you have the information, you don't have the information, in both the cases, we have to connect to the customer, and we have to give our input in terms of that landscape, that information, like this kind of landscape you have, or whatever they will say, we have to capture in that. Accordingly, we have to take the decision, or we'll come to know like what exactly customer they have, and based on that we have to actually prepare this roadmap. So this is one mandatory activity that generally we have to perform with the client during any of the CIG implementation. Okay, so based on that, you will able to come to know, you will able to compare this CIG support matrix. And once all these things will be done, then we have to form our team for the CIG implementation. So generally, if you talk about from team formation point of view, So we require the different team member to work on the CIG implementation. So this is not the one man show. So don't assume as a Ariba consultant or as a CIG consultant, I will take care all those things. It's not true. If you are having very good experience, your expertise in this all the area, in that cases you may do, but generally in that cases also it's not feasible, because if you see in certain area we are having lots of things, right? So a single person will not be able to perform all those activities. That's why we require the different team member. Okay. If you talk about from team size point of view, so we require the different team that we can say basically we require the basis consultant. Basis consultant will work on the some system setting, system setup, like they will install the CIG add-on, they will install the cloud connector, they will configure some technical CIG add-on configuration, they will configure the cloud connector as well, right? So all those things basis team they will do. We require some partial help from the SAP Ariba customer support team, that is a shared service team. They have to add the CIG component to our customer license. They will help in that cases. We have to be there as a Ariba consultant. Apart from that, we require the SAP ABAP consultant. So SAP ABAP consultant, they are part of the SAP ERP side, and they are mainly responsible for the coding activity. So wherever we require any kind of coding, any kind of like implicit enhancement implementation, or we have to implement any kind of customer exit, all those things ABAP consultant, they will take care. So we require the SAP ABAP consultant partially. Then apart from that, as a Ariba consultant, if you know about the SAP ERP side, because if you see, as part of the Ariba to ERP integration, we have to perform some certain configuration, which are actually relevant to the SAP materials management module. In short, we can say SAP MM module. So as a Ariba consultant, if you know about the SAP MM process, then you can perform the MM side configuration in the ERP side. Otherwise, if you're not aware, so in that cases, like we require the partial SAP MM consultant help to perform some certain configuration in the ERP side as well. So like that, like this, we have to actually form the team, and each and every team member, they will have their own responsibilities. Okay, so whatever the different activities that actually we have to perform, that team has to perform. So each and every team members, they will have their own active responsibilities, and they have to perform their own activity. So whatever different activities they have to actually perform, we'll talk about in detail level. But let me just quickly summarize those activity once again for your information purpose. So if you see this slide, in this slide, you can see in the first activity, we are having downloading and installing the add-on. This activity, that's something done by the basis consultant. They will do in the ERP system. Then we have to enable the Ariba CIG. This activity required your Ariba customer support team help. And even we also have to do this activity. After that, we have to actually download and install the cloud connector. So this activity required basis consultant help. They will do in their customer firewall. Then set up the global settings. So basically, as part of the global settings, basis team, they will configure the certificate. They will configure the RFC destination. They will configure the port. Different technical configuration they will do. So this activity also done by the basis consultant in the ERP system. All right. After that, we have to send the SAP information to CIG. That is something our job as a Ariba consultant we have to do in each and every system. Then we have to create the setup. We have to create the integration project on the CIG tool. That is our responsibilities we have to do. Middleware is something optional. Then we require to do some general settings activity. This is something we have to do as a Ariba consultant. And in some cases, you can also include SAP MM consultant if you are not much aware about the ERP design. Okay. Then apart from that, if you talk about importing the master data, this is also done by that like as a Ariba consultant. So, for the ERP integration, master data integration is very important. So whatever the particular master data that you want to integrate based on your scope, that's something done by us as the Ariba consultant. We have to configure the transactions. in these cases, you need consultant help. If you know, you can do it. I'm not saying, but if you don't know, then definitely you require the SAP consultant, because some of the configuration are generally relevant from the SAP core module. Okay. Then specify the cross reference value. This is a part of the integration project setup in the CIG tool that we have to do. Implement extensions and bodies. Extensions and bodies, in the sense you can say it's a kind of coding thing, right? So whenever we require any kind of additional coding, or you want to enhance the standard program, what is there in the ERP side. So in all these activities, we require the ABAP consultant help. So the SAP ABAP consultant, they will implement the different kind of extensions, that is customer exit, bodies, they will implement. And even SAP has given all the information about the extensions and bodies. We have to only collect the information, pass it to ABAP consultant, and the ABAP consultant, they will actually perform this activity. Okay. Then add the custom XSLT. What is the XSLT? XSLT in the sense custom mapping, you can say. Okay. So this is called as a custom mapping. In case of the Ariba to ERP integration, SAP has given the standard mapping. If you see the ERP side, you know, ERP having different database, Ariba having different database, right? And not only database, we are having in the ERP side, different tables, different field. And if you see in the Ariba side, so generally from the Ariba side, we will never have the database access, but wherever you can see some list of the field information. So Ariba side is having different field name as well, because that is based on the Java coding. Right. So whenever we are working on any integration, it's not about only ERP to Ariba. Even if you're going to integrate any third-party tools as well with the ERP system, so we have to perform the field-to-field mapping, right? But in case of the SAP Ariba integration, the field-to-field mapping is not required. And why it's not required? Because SAP has given the standard mapping, like standard mapping itself. So all the wherever like the mapping, wherever the integration is possible field by field, SAP has given all the mappings as a standard. But in some certain cases, if the standard field mapping is not working for you, or is not going to give you the results as you're expecting, in that cases, you have the flexibility, you can perform the custom mapping. Okay. So this custom mapping we have to do as a Ariba consultant. If you are having the good knowledge on the custom mapping part, that you can do that. Otherwise, even during the implementation, like Ariba implementation, you will have the NDL team member from the SAP customer support side. They are called as a network deployment lead and even technical design lead as well. They are doing the mapping like in the CIG tool. So we can also perform, if you know, otherwise you can take the SAP Ariba customer support team help also. They will also able to perform, they will do the mapping during the Ariba implementation. Okay. Then apart from that, in the last, we have to review all the configuration. We have to perform end-to-end testing. We have to do the comprehensive testing. And if your testing is good, testing is okay, that means you are now ready for the deployment. So these are the different things. That's something like we have to perform as part of the CIG implementation with the help of the different team member. All right. So now in the next, we'll move to the system, not system first. First, we'll try to understand some basis activity, like how they are like downloading and installing the add-on, and how they're installing this cloud connector as well. That's something we'll do, because this activity will not be able to see live. This is the one-time activity that basis consultant, they have to perform. So that's something we'll do. Then we'll move to the system and we'll discuss like, you know, the step-by-step structure, how to set up the CIG. Okay, so let's move to the next step. Now let's talk about how actually we have to download add-on software component. So we, in the sense, don't assume as a Ariba consultant, we in the sense basis consultant. Okay. So how the basis team, they are going to download this add-on component, but this activity is very important activity. Why this activity is a very important activity? The thing is that if you try to find out the CIG specific configuration in your ERP system, like you can see, I'm in my ERP system. Okay. And if I would like to see like the CIG specific config node, then what I will do? I'll come here. I'll go to SPRO. And once I'll come in the SPRO, even if you're also having the ERP access, you can try to log in your system. And once you come here, we have to go to SAP reference IMG. And in the SAP reference IMG, if you see, in the last, we have the config node that is integration with other SAP component. Okay, this config node is a standard. A config node you can find out in all the ERP system like ECC or HANA, you can find out. But once you go inside this here, so inside this, like, you can see we have the config node, SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway. All right. So this SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway node will not be available by default, right? So by default, you will only be able to find out integration with other SAP component. This SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway node will not be there as a standard. Okay. So this is something depending on the requirement. If your client, they are going to perform the integration from ERP to Ariba. So in that cases, basis team, they have to actually download and install this software component, like this component. And once they will install this like add-on component, then only you will able to find out the CIG node in your SPRO. So that's why this node is very important. And this activity done by the basis consultant itself, right? How actually they are doing this activity? For that, they have to open the SAP Service Marketplace. And currently, I think this is now called as a SAP 1, something like that, right? So we have to actually log in on the SAP Service Marketplace or SAP something 1 platform, and it required your S user ID login. So generally from the ERP side, whenever we require to reach any kind of OSS, to reach any kind of support incident to the SAP team, or if you require to download and install any kind of software, any kind of packages. So we have to go there in the SAP Service Marketplace, and it required the authentication of your S user ID. And once you logged in from the S user ID, then in that case, we will get this kind of screen. Right. And I believe in like, I think this month, this screen is also getting changed a little bit. I'm not sure if you guys seen that or not because of the SAP 1 migration. But most of the information are still remain same. So you will able to see the one option there. That is something, download the software. So we have to go there, click on this download this, then it will give you this list under the installation and the upgrades. And since we are looking for the CIG Ariba specific add-on, so we have to click on this A alphabet. And once you click on this A alphabet, then in the downside, you will see the option of this add-on, that is Ariba Cloud Integration SAP ERP, Ariba Cloud Integration SAP S/4HANA. Okay. Now we can see these two options here, and depending on the requirement, depending on the scope, actually, if your customer, your client, they are having the SAP ECC, then we have to choose the first option, Ariba Cloud Integration SAP ERP. Or if your customer, they are having the the SAP S/4HANA, in that cases, we have to choose the Ariba Cloud Integration S/4HANA options here. Okay, so based on the scope, whatever the particular add-on that you will choose here, then it will give you the option, the more detailed information, and accordingly, we can go there. Then you will see the installation option. We have to click on this installation. And after that, you will get this kind of like version information here. Okay, so in this cases, we can see we are having 3 different versions for the ESP4 to ESP8, ESP0 to ESP8. So like that, the version you will able to see. And actually the basis team, they will have the clear information as well, like what is their ERP version, and on which EHP that version they are there. Accordingly, they will choose the appropriate version of the add-on, and they will actually install the add-on. So once they will install this add-on, then actually if you see, the add-on installation will get completed, and you will able to find out the SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway config node in your SAP ERP system. Okay. So this activity is completely done by the basis consultant. Basis consultant, they will perform as a Ariba consultant. Our job is not required in these cases. This is completely done by the basis consultant. Okay. The cloud connector. So cloud connector basically playing the very important role. Okay. And why it is basically playing the very important role? So if you see the properties of the cloud connector, or we can say the functionality of the cloud connector. So whenever, we have to integrate any of the cloud solutions with the on-premise solutions. Like you can talk about SAP SRM, SAP MM, right? These are the on-premise solutions. And we always have to log in with the help of the SAP GUI. Correct. But when you talk about the Ariba, so Ariba is your cloud solutions, because Ariba we can work with the help of the web page, or we can say with the help of the web browser. That is the cloud solutions. So whenever we have to work with this, like we have to integrate the any of the cloud solutions with your on-premise. In that cases, definitely you require the cloud connector. Okay. So basically cloud connector is just like connecting your your on-premise solutions with your cloud solutions, or you can say your cloud solutions with your on-premise solutions. Okay. So how actually the landscape will looks like from the cloud connector point of view. Let me try to show. Here you can see. So if you see this diagram, this is a little bit like lengthy diagram, but simply if you try to understand, so we can see we are having the different thing. So one thing, if you see in the first box here, that we can see it is about our cloud solutions, right? We can see it is given as the SAP Analytics Cloud, but this you can treat as a cloud solutions here, right? And in this case, sorry, not cloud solutions. This is the cloud solutions. And then down the side, we can see this is also the cloud solutions, because right now, if you see, so we are also having the SAP S/4HANA cloud solutions as well, as part of public, private, or hybrid, whatever, right? Then apart from that, so what is happening whenever we have to work with that, our like cloud solutions, so we always working with the internet. We can take very simple example. Let's say ignore this diagram. We can take a very simple example of our Ariba. So whenever we have to work on the Ariba, we always have to use the particular web browser, whatever you have, and we have to we required the internet connectivity. And based on that, we have to log in the SAP Ariba. That means our Ariba is the online solutions or the cloud solutions, right? And in some cases, if you are having the any of the backend system, right? And if that is the on-premise, so in that case, as part of the integration, when you send any particular information from the cloud to your on-premise, or even from on-premise to the cloud, so system will unable to connect from the on-premise to cloud, or cloud to on-premise, because both are having different nature. So in that cases, what will happen? In that cases, the cloud connector will come in the picture. Okay, so just for a simple example, you can take whenever we are using adapter to charge our handset or laptop. So if you see, we are having the plug, we are having our machine. Now both need to connect. So how we can do? So in that cases, we are using a kind of adapter, and in that we are using the wire, right? So whatever the adapter you are using, that is your CIG. That CIG adapter we are using there as part of the, we can say, add-on. And whatever the wire we are going to use, that is actually a part of the cloud connector, right? So one side you will see you will have the thick USB, one side you will see you will have the small USB, right? So both are basically in the different nature. So just to connect our machine with the plug, we require the adapter along with the wire. So wire is actually playing as that connectivity connecting role. and that is connecting your cloud solutions with the on-premise solutions. Okay, so this diagram is also explaining same thing. It is a little bit lengthy diagram, but if you see overall, we can see in the right hand side, this is our actually the, like, we can say cloud connector. And what actually cloud connector is actually working. So this cloud connector, we have to actually install in the customer firewall system. And basis team, they will install this cloud connector in their firewall system itself. And with the help of this cloud connector, what we can do, so we have to actually plug in our like on-premise solutions with the cloud solutions. So in these cases, once we install the cloud connector, then we have to actually perform some different setup in the like on the cloud connector. I'll show you in some time, and with the help of that setup, the system will able to understand like, okay, this is something your on-premise solutions, this is something your cloud solutions, and with the help of that, the system will actually perform, like system will do the connectivity between the on-premise and the like your cloud solutions. So that is the main purpose of the cloud connector. Now, one thing I would like to add here that is actually very important. In some cases, some customer, they are doing the multi-ERP integration, right? That means they are having only one Ariba solutions, but they are having the multiple ERP system, and they would like to connect the multiple ERP system with the Ariba, right? In that cases, you may have the doubt, like either do we have to require multiple cloud connector, or a single cloud connector will be enough in that cases. So the answer is that in that cases, we required only a single cloud connector. That means with the help of a single cloud connector, we can actually integrate the multiple ERP system, whatever the different multiple ERP system you have. Okay. Even in some cases, with some of the client, you may see with some of client, they may have the some ERP system and non-ERP system as well, right? And in that case, in some certain cases, if they want to connect the ERP system, non-ERP system with the your like cloud solutions, that something is also possible with the help of a single cloud connector tools. Okay, so this overall, this cloud connector tool is actually the a very important tool. That's something like that is required to connect your like cloud solutions with the on-premise solutions there. You can see a simple diagram here in this like a slide. So in these cases, we can see it is also clearly mentioned here, that is SAP Cloud Connector acts as a bridge between the Ariba network and the on-premise system. Ariba network means Ariba solutions and the on-premise system. And it facilitates data exchange and integration between the cloud and on-premise system securely. Okay. Now, if you see this complete diagram, in this cases, we can see the first block is talking about your applications, whatever different applications you are having, right? Then down the side, we can see we are having the cloud connectors, like the cloud connector here. And then in the last layer, we can see we are having the our on-premise solutions, whatever you have, right? So whatever the particular Ariba applications that you implemented, depending on the like a system architecture, in some cases you may have different kind of child site as well, right? So whatever system A, system B, whatever you have, or we can say child system 1, child system 2, whatever you have, there's something required to connect to the cloud connector. So basically it is connecting to cloud connector in the back end. We have to do one-time configuration. It's not like that every time or any time when you send any information from Ariba to ERP or from ERP to Ariba, and you would like to see like the transactions history on the cloud connector, like I would like to see how it is sending the information. So that kind of record you will not be able to find out on the cloud connector. Okay, so this connectivity is happening bit in the backend, and it's a one-time setup itself we have to do, and later system will automatically take care all the connectivity. And in case if any of the discrepancy, the system will immediately report the error. Generally, I'm not sure if you seen that like or not, So sometimes, we are facing some problem on this, like while sending some information from Ariba to ERP, we are getting some error, something 401 unauthorized error, something like that on the CIG tool in the transaction tracker. Okay. And in some certain cases, like, even though you investigated all the information, you checked about the user ID password, you checked about your admin user admin ID as well, what we are assigning on the CIG portal, but still problem like, that it's persist. So in that cases, what happens in that cases, we have to check the connectivity with the cloud connector, like whatever the host and local name that we have, host and location ID that we have defined on the CIG tool. Either the same host and location ID is there in the cloud connector or not. So sometimes we find out like, oh, there is some mistake because the cloud connector is also a kind of case sensitive. All right. So in some cases, if you change the any case as well, or even you miss some dot as well, in that cases, your transactions will not happen and system will immediately report the error. So it is also acting as a like, that basically middleware, I would say, just for understanding purpose. And it's a kind of bridge that is between the Ariba and the ERP system. Okay. Then apart from that, let's talk about something data flows that we'll see in the system itself. A master data synchronization. So as we understood earlier, it's not about the master data or about the transitional data. Whatever the particular informations that we are sending from the like ERP to Ariba or from Ariba to ERP system. So all this like, happens with the help of the cloud connector. Then cloud connector is basically helping you to receive and send the real-time data. So once you create any particular transactions in the Ariba side, then immediately that particular transactions will reflect in the ERP side. And in case of any error or in case of any kind of like, that discrepancy, the system will immediately report the error as well. So we don't have to wait any kind of batch run or any manual push. The system will automatically like reflect the error in case if any error will like error is there, that system will report you immediately. Okay. So these are the different some like, informations about the cloud connector. Now let me do one thing. Let me log in on the cloud connector and I'll try to show you how the cloud connector looks like and whatever information we have to specify. So give me one moment. Okay, so before going to talk about this cloud connector system, let me give some overview about this, some basic configuration and the implementation part of the cloud connector. That will help you to understand easily the cloud connector. So as we discussed earlier about the cloud connector like setup and even some overview as well, like the cloud connector serves a kind of linkage between cloud and your existing system, whatever on-premise system you have, right? And a single cloud connector supports connectivity with the multiple backend system as well. So it's not like that you should have the multiple cloud connector in case you are having multi ERP system. It's not like that. A single cloud connector will serve like will support like the different multiple ERP connectivity. Okay. So generally what your base system they are doing, so the base system they have to run this URL, that is tools.hanaonedemand.com, and this is a one particular site. They have to go to this particular site, and once they will go to this particular site, then they have to find out the cloud connector options there. Like if you see for your look and feel, this is the screenshot of that particular site. So once you go there, like on that particular site, hanaonedemand.com, you will get this kind of screen. We have to click on the cloud. Then you will get the options of the cloud connector. And the cloud connector we have to install based on the different operating system. So if you know about your SAP ERP system, so we are having different operating system in the ERP system, right? And base system, they are like, pretty much aware whatever the operating system that you have in your ERP system, they will first check this, what operating system that you have, like Linux or something, Mac or Windows. Mostly you will see Windows. Again, it depends. So based on that operating system, they will choose the particular like cloud connector here. And we can see we are having download options, download link. and they will download that particular cloud connector in the customer firewall. And then once they will download, this will get downloaded as part of the applications. So even though it is going to install as applications, like how we are installing the LinkedIn, right? So LinkedIn we can install as part of the application. So we can create our account in the application itself. Even we can use as a application also. But sometimes when we are using LinkedIn, in our machine laptop, so we are logging from the web. So same thing, like, it will get a kind of like, that applications. And once you will get the applications, then you can log in on the cloud connector. Depending on the feasibility, if you want to log in with the applications, generally applications we are not following, we are following with the web login itself. So you will have the login credentials of the like a cloud connector. You will get the separate URL of the cloud connector, even user ID and password as well. That's something we have to do. So this screenshot is simply talking about like the how the apps looks like of the cloud connector. And if you want to open, so in that cases, you can see here in a web browser, enter HTTPS and host name and port name. This is a combination of this host name and the port name as well as part of the web login. So we have to like generally basis team, they will take all those things. We don't have to worry about this. So they will like they will have the URL of that. And based on that, like, they will like log in on the web. And once they will log in, you can see like this. So we can see something localhost 8443. So 8443 basically is your port name. Okay. And I'll tell you how we can find out the that host name as well. That's something I will tell you. So that they can like execute that URL on any of the browser. Then it will ask you your ID and the password. And once you enter your ID and the password, then system will like logged in successfully in the system. And once you logged in successfully in the system, so very first time, this is something very first time you can see all the step it is mentioned here. Let me just recap once again for your easy understanding. So in the first step, we have to go to access tools, hanaonedemand.com. Then we have to scroll down to cloud connector section. And based on the operating system, we have to download the particular cloud connector. It will be a kind of zip file, it will downloaded. Then we have to actually, this is a file, like we can see, once the file is saved, start installation and provide the necessary information in the wizard, such as installation folder locations, port, your JDK path, this kind of information they have to add. And once the installation is complete, you will able to find out it in installed app in the 5th step. So like this, you will able to find out, you can see here, this is showing something for your easy understanding. And after that, in a web browser, enter HTTPS hostname port, that is that like your URL of the cloud connector that we have to enter. And once you enter, then system will ask you like, to give the ID and password. Okay. And you can see one more thing on the login screen, enter username and password as administrator, manage small cases. So as I said earlier as well, this is something like case sensitive, because I faced lots of problem. I hope we all also faced lots of problems during initial implementation. And then we realized that, oh, in the Ariba side, we have maintained something information in the capital, and in the cloud counter, it was small. That's why the transactions was not flowing. Okay, so SAP is also simply mentioned this is something like a case sensitive. We have to maintain in the small case. And once you maintain all the information in the small case, so this is something just login information. Then system will ask you to that to change your password very first time. You can change the password by providing the old and new password. And once you do that, then we have to proceed with the account creation. So account creation means account will automatically get created. So the when very first time you logged in, then system will ask you to provide the the information about the sub account. So generally in the cloud connectors, what we are doing, we are creating sub account, and in the sub account we have to provide the different kind of informations. Okay, this is important from the certification point of view. So if any one of you is preparing for CIG certification, so recently this question was there. I gave the exam last week only. So this example was there, like what kind of information we are providing, what is the location ID, or what is the that host name we are adding. This kind of questions was there in the certification exam. So you can see what kind of information so we have to provide in the cloud connector. We can see we have to give the landscape host name. That is something your I would say simply hana1demand.com, right? Account name, whatever account name that you are going to use. Even you can see they have given the account information as well. This is something Ariba, that shared information. So we have to give the account name. For test account, we have different account name. For production account, we have different account name that we have to add. Display name, you can display name any of the based on your choice. I'll show you how to add and display name based on your choice. Then account user, P user ID that you have received in email when CIG was enabled on the Ariba network. We will talk about this P user ID. Might be someone of you is already aware about the P user ID, but P user ID is actually called as the CIG licensing ID as well. Okay, so when we are enabling the CIG, system will generate the P user ID, and that P user ID will be the customer specific unique ID. Okay, so in simple, we're calling them as basically that CIG licensing ID. So that CIG licensing ID we have to actually provide in that like P user ID, and then whatever the password you have done the password reset in the P user ID, that password also we have to provide here. Then we have to specify the location ID. What is the location ID? Any unique ID identifying the location of this cloud connector for a specific sub account. So basically you can provide any of the information in the location ID, but base system they are providing relevant to the our backend system. So they have to add one location ID there, and this location ID is very important. Okay, so what is the location ID? Just for your simple understanding, I'll tell you. Basically, it is just masking, or you can say hiding your ERP information. So we have provide the like a kind of ERP specific information in the form of the location ID. Okay, then we have to enter the host name, and host name actually a suitable proxy host from your network, and the port that is specified for this proxy. You need to specify a proxy server that support SSL communications. So generally host name is already there in our ERP system. We can find out from the SM59 transaction code, and that no host name we can provide here. Okay. Then we have to give the port name as well. So we have to enter the proxy port name. That information we have to add. And once you add this information at the initial step, then we have to click on the save. And once you click on the save, then your account setup will be done on the cloud connector. So this is a kind of initial setup that we have to do. And if you see a kind of screen, it looks like this. I'll show you in the system as well. So this is a cloud connector screen. Here we can see define sub account. This option system will ask you immediately once you logged in first time in the cloud connector. And here we have to enter all the information. You can see region, sub account, display name, sub account, password, proxy, all the information so we have to enter here. Okay. Then apart from that, we can see some other information in the down the page, landscape host, account name, display name, account user. This information we have to add here, right? And in the 10th step, once your sub account is created, click on the cloud to on-premise link, and then click on the plus sign to add information about your backend system. So in this cases, since we are going to connect our cloud to the on-premise solutions, so down the side, if you see in the left-hand side, down, we can see cloud to on-premise. We have to click on this option, then you will get the plus options here. And once you click on this plus option, it will ask you to enter some information like backend system, protocol, internal host, internal port number, virtual host, virtual port, different informations it will ask you. So I know as a functional, it's very hard to understand all this terminology because these are the technical, and that's why this activity done by the basis consultant itself. Okay. And once you've done all this activity, then you can see the backend system information listed. If you have multi-ERP system setup, click again on plus sign and add information of your another backend system. So why we have to do this? Like in case of other backend system, definitely for other backend system, port name will be different, right? Your protocol will be different, host name will be different. So whatever that other backend system, port name, host name you have, that's something you have to add once again here. Okay. So like this, we can add. Now you can see this is a screenshot about your like the like a sub account under sub account what we added from cloud to on-premise premise information. That is your backend information that it is showing here. Okay. Same way, if you come downside, you can see once you maintain this entry, then you will able to see this particular entry. And most important thing, once like we will add our like in like our entry here about the backend system. So how we came to know either our cloud connector is reachable or not reachable with the backend system? How we came to know? So this kind of information you will able to see here itself. So we can see we are having something check results reachable. This kind of information you will see. I'll show you in the system. So you will able to see based on that you have to understand like, okay, whatever the informations that we added here, that information looks good and we can proceed further. Okay. So like this, you can see different systems. So basically they have added in this screenshot and not only the ERP system, even they have added some non-ERP system as well. Like we can see backend type, non-SAP system, non-SAP system, ABAP system, different system they have added here. Okay, so these are the different kind of informations like actually we had provide that will talk in some time in the system itself. Then apart from that, you can see one more information. It is talking about here. So when actually come to here in this like a cloud to on-premise, so here it is asking resources available for this. That is actually your like we can say backend system information, and that like URL we have to specify here. And for that URL, you can see the plus icon. We have to click on the plus icon. And once you click on this plus icon, it will ask you to give the informations about the URL. So we can see it is highlighted clearly in this URL path. We have to add the URL, backend system URL. But the question is that how we came to know, like which URL we have to specify. So this information also, it is clearly given here. You can go to transaction code SICF. Okay, so you can see the URL path for the web services on the on-premise ERP system can be found using the T code SICF. This is an admin activity, base system activity. And in this example, you can see the URL is something SAP BC, SRT, XIP, RB, ARBA. This kind of URL it is there. So like this, basically we have to find out, you can see the URL here. Right. I'll try to show you if possible, if I'll have the access in my system as well. But like this, we can find out URL, you can maintain. And once you maintain, and if all the information is actually correct, that means we are good and we can proceed with the next configuration. Okay. Now, let me brief in the system itself live, how actually we have to do all this activity. So as I said, whenever we have to log in the cloud connector, you will have the separate URL, including your host and host name and the port name. Like here you can see this 137.116.118. This is actually your host name, right? And you can not only 118 up to 30. This is your host name, and 8443 is your port name, right? Generally, the host name you can find out. We are having different transaction code. That's something base system they have to run. But in some of the cases, like we can find out host name and the other port information. So for that, we have to log in our ERP system. And once you log in the ERP system, we have to use transaction code SM59. Okay. So once you go in this SM59, this screen will see later point of time as well. And once you come in the SM59, so basically SM59 is the transaction code for the RFC information. So RFC configuration also the part of the basis configuration they will do. So whatever the particular like RFC configuration they have configured, so we can come in the SM59 transaction code. And then once you come here, so here we can see we have the option that is the HTTPS connections to external server. Okay, so once you come here in the external server, here basically you will able to see the different port, different like that RFC or whatever they have created. Right. So once you come here you will able to find out that particular like RFC, what base system they have configured. So this basically whenever basis team they are creating the RFC, so we also have to guide them. Generally, if you are you're acting as a team lead or project manager, you will be the part of this configuration. They will discuss with you. So whenever they are creating this RFC destination, so the best practice is that the RFC name should be your system name followed by the client ID. Right. For example, if you see I logged in the S4H 100, right? You can see in the right corner, extremely corner, you can see S4H 100. So whenever they have to configure any of the RFC destination, they must have to give the system like RFC name, that is S4H CLNT 100. Okay, why we have to follow this like a system name followed by the client ID? Because in the ERP side we are having different environment. We have the sandbox, development, quality, production. Not only this, even when you go in the side in quality system, you may have the multiple client. If you go in the development system, you may have the multiple client. So as a functional, it is very important if we are navigating to this transaction, so we can easily find out like which RFC is created, like in this system. So if they are going to give the name as the RFC CIG Golden Apps, or in some cases, even one of my recent project, I have seen that the basis team, they were a little bit new, and we shared the documents to them, like to create the RFC in the backend system. What they did, they copied the same information. So this presentation is prepared for the training purpose. So in the presentation itself, the naming convention is given as a training client. So what they did, they just copied the same name here, training client. They thought like this is best practice. We have to give the training client name. Right. So in these cases, you may have different lots of confusion, like what is the training client, what is this golden apps. So it's better we can follow the system name followed by the client ID. That is a good practice. Okay. So once you come to this particular transactions, and if you open this RFC, just double click on this RFC. Once you double click on the RFC, you will get all the informations here. So in these cases, this is something like a demo site. It's not properly completely configured. So in these cases, we cannot find out the port name informations here. Sorry, we can see port name here, port number here. Okay, so all the informations you will able to find out here, like you can see what is the host name, you can see what is the path prefix, that you can see here, what is the port name, that's something information you can find out here. Even if the proxy host is also configured, you will able to find out like 8443 number here along with the proxy host name. So this information as a functional, we can easily find out from the SM59 transaction code. Okay. So generally this activity done by the basis team. So accordingly, they will build up this like information, this page. And once they will logged in the first time, they will get the options here, define sub account. So in these cases, since we are logging the next time, up to 9 times. So this information already that created. But once you logged in first time, so in case of defined sub account, you will have that system will ask you to provide some all the informations to create that your sub account. And what information it will ask, I'll show you, but we can see. So you can see just like as earlier you asked me how I navigated to this thing. So I just executed the URL, this URL, and now you can see it is asking to enter the username and the password. So I have to give the ID and password here. Let me give. I will talk all the parameter. I will talk that in sequence way. So I'm just trying to go as part of the implementation manner. So earlier we have done the CIG add-on installation. Now we are working on the cloud connector. And then in the next session, we will move to our ERP add-on configuration as well. Now we can see. So once you come here in the sub account, then here you will get this kind of page. Let me just click on this edit. You will get this kind of page here. And here you can see display name. So whatever display name you want to choose, you can choose any of the particular display name. So in these cases, it is simply mentioned define sub account. But in some cases, if you want to change it, like Ariba account, right? You can choose Ariba account as well and click on the save. Once you click on the save, you can see it is showing as Ariba account. So based on the requirement, like, that we can give only of the informations here in the sub account. Then apart from that, if you see it, all the other information, what we have given. So as I said, since this is a one-time activity, that's why this is not a table, but we can see we have to specify the region. We have to give the region host name. We have to give the sub account certificate, right? Then we have to enter some things. It will come automatically. Then display name. So we have given display name Ariba account. This is something like initiated by who has done these activities, right? And then apart from that, we can see something description. So this kind of informations, that's something you will able to see here. Okay, so this is the information about, like, that about your this sub account. And apart from that, in the downside as well, you can see it is asking some information like the status showing the information not configured. We can see some tunnel information that is connected, not connected. This kind of thing you will able to, you can see here. So this is the one-time activity once you logged in the, like, cloud connector. Then apart from that, in the next, whatever the different account you want to actually create, different account means whatever different ERP or non-ERP system you want to specify, we can specify. You can come downside. You can see cloud to on-premise solutions, on-premise to cloud solutions, right? Different options you can see. So you can come here, like, let's say you want to work with the cloud to on-premise solutions. You can come to cloud to on-premise. And then here you can see we have the plus option. Same thing if we're talking about in the PPT. So we can come here, click on this plus option, like add option. And once you click on this add option, here we have to choose backend type. Whatever backend system that you have, you can see here, like ABAP system, SAP HANA. Even this option recently SAP team, they have added as part of latest release. Then SAP application Java, something composition, business connector, gateway, other system, non-SAP system. So based on the requirement, whatever system you want to choose, we can choose. So as of now, for ERP system, we always have to choose the ABAP system. So we have to select ABAP system here, then click on this next. So once you click on this next, now it is asking about the protocol. And in these cases, if you see, we can see we are having the multiple options here. Okay. Now, one thing is important here, that something, once again, this configuration done by the basis consultant, we don't have to configure. But few things just I'm sharing you based on my past experience. So generally here we are getting confusion between HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, so sometimes what happen, it's only a single alphabet differences, right? Now, sometimes what happen, the basis consultant, they maintain the URL in the HTTPS. Okay, let me see if what was there in the account HTTPS, right? So we can see what is happening. Basis team, while configuration, they are following, they're maintaining the information in the HTTPS, right? And they maintain all the particular other information here itself. But what happened in the CIG tool? So in the CIG side as well, we have to provide this kind of information while adding the system ID. I'll show you in the coming session. So due to some mistake, if you're going to copy the information, so sometimes what we are doing, like, instead of the HTTPS, we maintain the only HTTP in the CIG side while adding the system ID. So now CIG is known about the HTTP. Cloud connectors we maintain as the HTTPS. That's the problem. Okay. And in that cases, we are trying to connect with the cloud connector, but we are getting error. That means like the connection is failed. And we are checking like, oh, we added the system ID in the CIG tool, and we have added all the proxy, host number, all the location ID, all the information we have added, but why still it is failing? And in this cloud connector as well, we are verifying all the information, like we maintain all the required information. But why it is giving this kind of problem? So the problem is that missing of the alphabet of the S. So we have to make sure, or in some cases, if you're facing any kind of connectivity issue on the CIG tool, I'll show you once. I'll show you. I'm just repeating about CIG tool. Please don't get confused. But when we are testing the connectivity on the CIG tool, and if the connectivity is getting failed, or you are trying to send some transactional data from the Ariba to ERP, and it getting failed on the CIG due to some cloud connector error. So now you have to investigate. You will be in trouble, like what to do in that cases. So very first thing you have to check. You have to come on the cloud connector or ask your basis team, please check the information what we maintain in the cloud connector. Even in some cases, they may say we have maintained the correctly. There is no problem in the cloud connector. So we have to ask them, please send me the screenshot, because system ultimately will not have. If you are acting as a team lead or project manager, then it might be you may have. Otherwise, generally, as the Ariba consultant, Ariba analyst, will not have this kind of access. So we have to ask them, please send the screenshot what you maintain. And we have to compare the protocol. We have to compare the host name. We have to compare the prox name. Sorry, location ID. That three things we have to actually take. Okay. So this is something, one things I would like to share you, because recently we spent around 2 days because of only this alphabet. And sometimes, we are not checking the minor things, and we are thinking everything is working correctly. Okay. So here we have to add the protocol, and then after that we have to click on this next. We have to give the internal host and the internal port number. Okay. So let me just try to copy the same information, because I don't have this kind of information. So I'll take from this only. I know this is incorrect, but just to proceed to next screen, I'm adding this dummy value. Let's see. I'm not sure system will allow or not, but let's see. So like this, whatever the host name and that internal port number that you have, we can add here. And then we have to click on this next. Once you click on this next, you can see it is talking about, it is recommended that to use virtual cloud site name that is different from the internal name. This is something I think a kind of that information we can ignore. I'll try to click on the next once again. Now we can see it is something allowing to add. So we can click on this next. And once you click on this next, let's see. Okay. So once you click on this next, now it is asking about the certificate. So what certificate earlier I shown you in the PPT from the SICF transaction code. So if I can access to SICF, let me try to see. You can see. This is actually, this is not the right system, but at least you can see. Even same screenshot, we have seen that in the PPT as well, for your understanding purpose. Like this, you can see. And here what we can see, path. Path is actually your URL, right? So this path actually we have to find out. So we can come here from the SICF, you can find out the path, and whatever the path you can see here. So we have to add the Ariba as well. You can find out the path, and the path actually we have to specify here. Okay, as part of the certificate. So first here we have to choose any of the particular certificate. So in our cases, since we are doing the ERP integration, so we have to choose certificate here. And then if you click on this next, so this is something asking about system certificate for logon. That means, would you like to follow certificate based authentication, or you want to go with the basic authentication? So I will not go with the certificate based authentication. I will choose basic. Basic means I'll not take this. That means basic. And then click on this next. Now you can see it is asking something host in the requester user header. I will keep use virtual host. Let me see some other option. Virtual is fine. What we specified. Click on this next. It is asking some description. I'll add the certificate information just to close this. And then click on the next. Now you can see what informations we have added. That's something it is showing here. But in these cases, we are having some error. Trust for the principal propagation not configured. So that's something different thing. I'm also not aware. But like this, once you do that, click on this finish. And once you click on the finish, you can see the system has been added here. Okay. So once you add this, now in these cases, we can see we have the option about checking. So in this cases, we can see it is showing the search result as unchecked because whatever the information that we added, that information was incorrect. We know earlier, right? But at least once, like, you will provide all the particular information correctly, you will able to see here, you can see it will give you the result like, reachable. So how you seen that here in this screenshot, the same you will see there itself. Like here you can see reachable. Right. So same way you will able to find out the reachable, sorry, how we have seen that in the PPT. Same way you will able to find, like, you will able to see that like reachable here. So right now we can see it is not reachable because all the informations we have given incorrectly. Okay. So once you do that, then apart from that, we have to give some information about resource of the something that host and host and proxy name. And this information you can provide by coming here. If you click on this add, so here you can see URL path that we can add here, right? So exactly that URL we have to add here itself. Then this active, yes, it is active. This we can keep as it is. Here, if you want to add an description, we can add an description here, some little information, and then click on the save. Once you click on the save, that's done. So like that, like, this is the job only we have to perform in the cloud connector. So like that, we have to do the cloud connector setup. So once you come here, we have to provide the information in the sub account, and then whatever different ERP system or even non-ERP system also you want to actually add, we can add here. So how to add, we understood. Apart from that, we can see some other options like on-premise to cloud. So this is something applicable when we are actually doing the integration, like our source system will be completely backend. You want to do with the Ariba, like a cloud, then we can do, right? So generally it's not applicable for Ariba, but for other, you can, if you want to, you can do that. Then something monitoring options SAP has given here. We can come to monitor and the cloud to on-premise, on-premise to cloud. That information you can come here. You can check the, that you can monitor the the activities, what is happening in the real time, right? Same thing we can see monitor on-premise to cloud. This information also you can observe here. You can come. You are having the audits option here. So basically with the help of the audits, you can see all the particular transactions or activities, or whatever we are doing in the Ariba, it is getting captured here. So you can see earlier I did some configuration. You can see by today's date, all the information is getting captured here. Okay. So this kind of audit log also you will able to find out in the cloud connector. This is helping you in case someone made some changes. And you want to track the changes like who done this, when done this, that kind of informations you can actually find out here. And log and trace file. So this is something, in the SAP ERP system also, we are having trace functionality. So that kind of trace functionality log also you will able to find out here. Okay. So this is something just a high level or not high level, just overview about the cloud connector that we have done. I believe at least you understood the cloud connector setup, how to set up the cloud connector, whatever different activities we have to do. So actually, as you know, during the implementation, even though we do not have to work on the cloud connector, but at least if you know what to do, so in case of any challenges, you can also, that work as a shadow resources, and you can guide your basis team as well. Okay, so this is the thing about the cloud connectors.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of the SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway? Option A, Ariba Integration Gateway. Option B, Ariba Integration Package. Option C, Ariba Trading Partner Integration. Option D, Ariba Process Integration. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, are you ready to unlock the power of seamless cloud integration with SAP Ariba? Our SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway course is here to give you the keys to success. You can learn at your own pace on our convenient online platform. In this comprehensive course, you'll master the art of integrating SAP Ariba with other cloud applications, streamlining your business processes and maximizing efficiency. From setting up secure connections to troubleshooting integration issues, our course covers it all. Our instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Ariba CIG. They'll guide you through real-world scenarios and share invaluable insights to help you excel in your role. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the practical knowledge and expert guidance they've gained from this course. They've been able to implement what they've learned and drive tangible results for their organizations. The best part, this game-changing course is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to professionals at any level. Unlock your potential and take your SAP Ariba integration skills to new heights. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
All right, so let's start now. So in the previous lecture, we discussed about the basic component of the CIG implementation. And as part of the basic component, we discussed about the cloud connector, how we have to set up the cloud connector. Prior to that, we discussed about at high level, how we have to build, form our team for the CIG implementation, or whatever the different activities that we have to actually follow as part of this CIG implementation. That's something we discussed. And then we started talking on the CIG implementation. So we are talking from the scratch and in step-by-step way. So initially, once the implementation will get started, so we have to raise the request to basis team to download the add-on, or they have to do the add-on installation in the SAP ERP system. So we discussed about how our basis team, they are going to download and install the add-on that we discussed, and we understood they have to go with the SAP service marketplace, and from there they have to download and install the the Ariba specific add-on, right? So that we understood in the previous session, and apart from that, we also understood the cloud connector. So once that add-on installation will be done, we are not talking about the any add-on configuration as of now. We are talking about only the add-on installation. So once the add-on installation will be done, then the same basis team, basis personnel, they have to install the cloud connector as well. And we understood once they have to install this cloud connector, they have to go to one site, that is tools.hanaonedemand.com. And from there, they have to download the cloud connector based on the operating system, whatever the operating system the client they have. Accordingly, they will install the cloud connector. And once they will install the cloud connector, then they have to provide some information in the cloud connector relevant to the sub account. So whatever the sub account is that is created, they have to give all the informations, and then they have to provide the ERP system information as well. So they have to give the different kind of information like host, proxy, server name, all the informations they have to give, and they have to add the ERP connections on the cloud connector. Okay, so once we'll add this ERP connections on the cloud connector, and based on the information what we have added, based on that, system will check the connectivity with the ERP system, and if the connections is reachable, that means now cloud connector setup has been completed, right? So once we do these two activity from the basis point of view, parallelly the Ariba customer support team, they also have to enable the cloud integration gateway features to our customer. All right. So in today's session, in third step, we are going to discuss how the Ariba shared service team, they will add the cloud integration gateway feature to our customer license, and how actually we have to enable the cloud integration gateway feature to our customer as well. So this part we will discuss in today's webinar. And after that, we will start talking on the add-on configuration, and we'll see whatever different configuration that we have to perform as part of the add-on setup. That's something we will discuss in today's session itself. So let's talk about this, how we have to enable the CIG with the help of the Ariba customer support team. Okay, so let's talk about how actually we have to connect to CIG, how actually we have to enable the CIG on this our Ariba applications. So whenever there is a requirement to enable the CIG from the Ariba side, so CIG enablement we can do from three places. Either we can do on the Ariba network, or we can do on the Ariba sourcing, or we can do on the Ariba procurement. So depending on the scope, whatever the scope you have, accordingly, you can enable the CIG at any places. So for example, you're working on the commerce automation or supply chain collaboration implementation. So definitely in that cases, the sourcing and procurement part will not come in the picture, right? So in that cases, we have to enable the CIG only on the Ariba network. Or let's say your customer, they are implementing Ariba strategic sourcing suite. They don't have the Ariba buying and invoicing solution. So in that cases, you will have the two options to enable the CIG. Either you can do on the Ariba network, or you can do on the Ariba sourcing as well. All right. Or in some cases, you may see some customer, they are implementing only Ariba P2P solution, that is Ariba buying and invoicing solution. So in that cases, they will have the options on the Ariba P2P, or they can do on the Ariba network as well. So depending on the scope, like whatever the scope we have as part of the implementation, accordingly, we have to do either any on one places. It's not like that we have to do in all the places. We can do either any one places like Ariba sourcing, Ariba procurement, or the Ariba network. Okay. So let's talk about how actually we have to do this activity and what basically what activity we have to actually perform in these cases. So here it is given some prerequisite before going to enable the cloud integration gateway component to our customer side. So we should have some prerequisite like an active buyer account on the Ariba network. That means your license should be in active status. It's not like that your license is inactive and you are requesting SAP Ariba shared service team to enable the CIG. That would not be possible. All right. And a valid buyer supply relationship on the Ariba network. This is mainly applicable for the P2P solution. So that means your P2P solution should be in place, like, for that. Then we have to enable our Ariba network buyer account to access CIG. This is the general things, and access to SAP service, SAP marketplace to download the Ariba CIG add-on for our ERP or S4HANA. This is a common thing that we did earlier as well. And configure SAP Ariba CIG add-on. This is the basic thing. It's actually the next step activity, not a kind of prerequisite. And configure your certificate. This is something, yeah, it's a, I would say mandatory, right, as part of the add-on configuration, because certificate is something just linking your Ariba system CIG tool to the ERP system that should be in place. Even though I don't think so, it's stopping to enable the CIG component. Based without this as well, SAP team they can enable the CIG. So this is something just high level like information about the prerequisite. And once we are ready to enable the CIG, so actually, as I said, in these cases, we have the two-step activity. Initial step activity will be done by the Ariba shared service team. Okay. And after that, in the step 2, we have to enable the CIG as the Ariba consultant. So this process includes two-step activity. And the first step activity, what actually it require? So it required to add the our customer Ariba network ID, or I would say customer licensing ID to the CIG component under the feature availability status. So feature availability status is a kind of additional configuration that we may get if you're the part of the Ariba support team, Ariba shared service team. In that cases, you will have. And in that feature availability status, actually the customer licensing ID needs to be added on the for the CIG product. So actually this activity will be done by the Ariba customer support team, Ariba shared service team. So whatever the information we are going to discuss, that is just only for our information purpose, our knowledge purpose, and we are not going to perform this kind of activity to our customer side. So same thing, it is clearly mentioned here. The information provided here is just for understanding purpose. User needs to contact Ariba customer support for this particular activity. Okay. So let's see what actually they are doing, like, as part of this enabling this CIG component to the customer side. So whenever they would like to do this, so in the first, we are going to talk about how we have to enable or how they are enabling the CIG component on the Ariba network. So if you see this screenshot, this is something about the Ariba network screenshot, right? So the Ariba shared service team, they will logged in on the Ariba network. They will have the additional access on the Ariba network. So like we can see, they will have a kind of features tab there. They have to click on this features option. And once they will click on this feature option, then they will get a kind of this option under the manage. So we can see under manage, you will have the option of the feature availability status. So we have to go in the feature availability status. And once it will come, so we have to search the cloud integration gateway. So you can search by putting the full name, or even you can search by giving the only cloud name itself, and you have to find out like where is the cloud Ariba cloud integration gateway options are there. So once you find out the cloud integration gateway for buyer, for customer, then they have to click on this edit. And once they will click on the edit, they will add the customer NID here. So for which customer they want to enable the CIG component, that customer NID they need to add in here. We can see under this NID, and once it will get selected, then they have to click on the save. And once they will click on the save, that means this NID is added for your cloud integration gateway component. Okay. So like this, they are going to enable the CIG from the Ariba network point of view. In case if you're having only the commerce automation or supply chain collaboration. Otherwise, if you are having the Ariba strategic sourcing suite or buying and invoicing solution, in that cases, we can enable the CIG from the core administration or from the administration config itself. Okay. How we can do that? So let's see. So how actually they are going to do this, like, in the Ariba sourcing or in the Ariba P2P itself. So for that, they have to log in the administration and or the core administration. So once we logged in the administration or the core administration, so you will get the options of the feature manager here. So in this screenshot, we can see they have logged in the administration, and in the administration, we can see they are having the different additional config access as well. So they have to come in the feature manager, and once we'll come in the feature manager, here we will see the same option, feature availability status. So once we enable this feature availability status, then same way you will get a kind of search option. We can put the text as a cloud, or you can put the complete text as well, cloud integration gateway. And based on that, you have to search, then system will show you the list of features. Okay. One more thing I would like to highlight here, this is not about only for the, like, this cloud integration gateway feature. Apart from that, whenever we are asking or we are raising any kind of SR to the Ariba shared service team to enable any kind of particular feature for the Ariba strategic sourcing or Ariba buying and invoicing solution. So they are actually enabling the features from here itself. So whatever the toggles that you have requested to the Ariba shared service team to enable for your customer side, they are actually enabling all the particular features from the feature manager itself. So actually this feature manager containing all the list of features, and depending on the license, whatever license your customer they have purchased, based on that they will enable or disable any of the particular feature from the feature manager itself. Okay. So once we come here in this cloud integration gateway, we have to click on this edit. And once we click on this edit, then here we can, so once we click on this add and remove option, then in the next, we have to find out the customer sequence ID, serial ID. Now in these cases, we can talk in some different way. So let's say, I'm maintaining some like list of the audience record. So when I'm maintaining some list of the audience records, so I'm maintaining some serial wise, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 1 Sham, second J, third ABC, like that I'm maintaining the list of audience report. So whenever I have to refer the report, so it's not mandatory, like, I will go with the complete name itself. So based on the sequence ID itself, serial number ID itself, I will able to understand like who has joined or not. So let's say, for example, if I'll refer only serial number one, so definitely one will be the same because in my record, one is talking about the same. So same thing, Ariba team, Ariba company, they are also maintaining. So whenever the customer, they are purchasing the Ariba license, so they are maintaining the list of the serial ID. And based on the ID itself, they can easily identify that, like, the customer name. Okay. So same thing you can see in this screenshot as well. If you see in the left hand side, we can see we are having the serial ID 75, 76, 78, 79, something like that. Name you can see only simply bar organizations, right? But they are identifying all the informations with the help of the serial ID. That's something it is showing as part of the customer record based on the license. So for which customer ID they have to enable or disable any of the particular feature. So they will add based on this, like, this ID itself. So for example, in these cases, you can see to add the cloud integration gateway component. Once we select this ID like 78, then 78 will get customer will have the Ariba CIG license. So for which customer they want to enable the CIG, they can choose the customer sequence here. Then they have to click on this done. And once they'll click on this done, now you can see for this 78 customer ID, the CIG component has been added. And here they will able to see that client or customer EN ID information. Based on that, they will review all those things. And if this is good, they will click on this OK. And after hitting the OK, that means now CIG component has been added to your customer license. That's it. Okay. So this is the overall process that your the Ariba shared service team they are following to enable the CIG. Either they can do on the Ariba network or we can perform in core administration or in the administration as well. So now overall from the Ariba shared service team point of view, they will say your Ariba system is now ready for the further processing, further configuration for the CIG. Now whatever the different setup that you required, that's something you can perform. But before that, you also have to enable the CIG. So they have enabled the CIG at the year end, but still the CIG enablement is not done completely. We also have to enable the CIG. Now, what actually we have to do that in that cases? So for that, we have to log in. So now our role will come in the picture. And as a Ariba consultant, we have to log in the SAP Ariba. We have to navigate in the core administration or in the administration. And once you go that, so same way we have to refer manage. And from manage, we have to refer the administration or core administration. Then we have to go to the integration manager. So this here in these cases, we can say this is the old PowerPoint little bit. So now we can see in these cases, the name it is showing Cloud Integration Gateway. But this time the name of the CIG getting changed. Now it is called as a Manage Spender Network. Okay, we'll see this part in the system itself. So in the system, you will not be able to find out the Cloud Integration Gateway name there. Instead of that, you will have something Manage Spend and Network Gateway, something like that. It is there. I'll show you, but it is saying talking same thing as a CIG only. So they have renamed this CIG as part of the Manage Spend Network Gateway, something like that. Okay, but ultimately we have to click on that option itself. And once you click on that particular options, then very first time, this option you will get very first time. So when you logged in first time after confirmation from the Ariba customer support team, you will get these two checkbox here. So we can see we are having two checkbox, enable the cloud integration gateway capabilities, and we have to accept these terms of agreement. So these two things we have to actually enable, we have to accept. And once you accept it, then you will click on this save. And once you click on this save, so that means you are enabling CIG. So once you do this, then if you click on the save, that means your CIG will be enabled. And from the next time, whenever you are going to log in the integration manager, and if you want to access the cloud integration gateway, always you will able to see this kind of information there, that is, you know, status enabled, and system automatically build up the hyperlink here. And this is the place, not only this means in the sense, not only this administration integration manager, you can go to the core administration integration manager, you can go to Ariba Network, and under the configuration, you can find like cloud integration gateway setup there. So whenever you want to access CIG, these are the only like places from here, from where you can access CIG. Either you can do from the administration in case of strategic sourcing, or you can do in the, you can do from the core administration in case of the buying and invoicing solution, or you can do from the Ariba network under the cloud integration gateway setup. So these are the only places from where you have to access the CIG. So we always, whenever you have the requirement to access, we always have to come here and we have to access the CIG. Okay. Now, once you enable the CIG, then what system will do, system will automatically send one email notification to your customer registered email address. So during purchasing the Ariba license, like whatever the email address that is registered, that email will receive a kind of like automatic email from the Ariba side, and that email contains the information about your P user ID. So you will have the information about the P user ID. Generally, you might seen that like when we are creating our account or any other user account on the Ariba spend, so that recipient is getting one email like welcome to the Ariba, right? Your email, your user ID is this, temporary password is this. Please click here to reset the password. This kind of email we are receiving. Correct. So same way, like that the customer, the customer they will also receive the a kind of email notification, and that email contains the information about the P user ID, and we will have a kind of link to reset our password. So we have to actually generate the password or reset the password of the P user ID, and the P user ID is very important, like. Information. So we have to keep, the P user ID and the password very carefully, because the P user ID is not a kind of alphanumeric value. P user ID is called as your CIG licensing ID. All right. So this P user ID we have to use in different places. So when we'll configure the add-on in the ERP system, in the multiple places we have to use the P user ID. Same way, whenever like that you have to add any system information in the CIG tool, there also we have to provide this P user ID information. So P user ID information is very important. So we have to keep it very carefully. And now in the next, we can say after generating the P user ID, that means CIG enablement is also done. And we are now start to config the other next setup in the ERP side or in the CIG side. Okay, so like this, actually, we have to enable the CIG to the customer license. So let me just run this PPT, few more information, just only for your like little bit understanding purpose. And we are going to discuss all these things in the system itself. But let me see if some information is important for us. Yeah, one thing is very important. We can see in this like slide, it is saying each P user is associated with only one AN buyer account. So as a Ariba sourcing customer, even though you enable CIG through your sourcing realm for sourcing master data integration, no new user ID will get created when you enable CIG again through Ariba network for sourcing transaction integration. And system has the intelligence built to check AN buyer ID connected to your sourcing realm to avoid duplicate creation on P user. So sometimes it happen, like sometimes even you have may also have seen that your customer they have only implemented like SLP module, right, or strategic sourcing module. Now in the next phase, their plan is that they want to implement the Ariba buying and invoicing solution, or they want to implement the Ariba supply chain collaboration or commerce automation, right? So So let's say your customer, they are going to implement this Ariba buying invoicing solution. So in that case, might be you may have to go to the core administration, and under the integration manager, you have to enable that, like that checkbox, right? Or you may have to go on the Ariba network. From there, you have to enable the checkbox. So in that cases, it might possible we might be in the, under the impression like, okay, once we enable, we will receive the new user ID or password, because earlier we have enabled only for the strategic sourcing. Now we are going to enable for the Ariba buying and invoicing solution, or commerce automation, or supply chain collaboration. So we may expect a new user ID information from the SAP, but that is something not possible, because the P user ID is a unique to your customer ID. Customer ID means we can say unique to the Ariba network ID. So whatever the AN ID that is the year, and for which you enable this, the CIG, that will be for entire whole AN ID. So if your AN ID is the same, definitely in that case you are not going to receive any kind of P user ID. But in some cases, if you are having the different AN ID, generally it's not like a common thing, or even not possible as well. So, but in some cases, in some exceptional cases, we can say, if you are having two different NID, that, then you will able to, you may receive the different P user ID. Otherwise, for a single NID, you will have a single P user ID. Now, let me see something is important. This is something about procurement. So it's talking about same thing, like we have to go to feature availability status, and same way what we discussed, same thing it is required to do here itself. And with the help of this, we can enable CIG for the Ariba procurement as well. Okay, this is one thing let me just tell you, this is something important. So actually, if you see here, in this cases, what it is talking about, in case of the P2P, that CIG enablement, I'll not take much time to talk on this, but just one thing it is important to discuss here. So this screenshot, you can see, this is talking about enabling the CIG in your Ariba procurement solutions, Ariba buying and invoicing solutions. And for that, we have to log in the Ariba, navigate to that core administration. And once you come in the core administration, so same way we have to go in the feature availability status under the core administration. This is job of the Ariba shared service team. So once they will come here, so here same way they have to find out, they will try to search the cloud integration gateway. And once they'll find out, then same way they will add the customer ID in the CIG component, right? And once they will do this, they have to click on this done here. And once they will click on this, so you can see the same customer ID will get added, for the CIG. So that means for this customer ID, CIG component is now has been added. And after this, if you see, it is talking about repeat step 1 to 6 to enable a procurement site for enable asynchronous integration events for web service channel feature. Okay. So this is something we can say, like, that when we are enabling, I'm not pretty much sure, like, so whenever we are going to enable the CIG component as a Ariba consultant for the procurement solutions, system will ask you to choose the different web services task. Okay, it's not about, like, only for the purchase order, for the invoice, based on the requirement, whatever the different asynchronous task is applicable, you have to choose the particular task. So actually the Ariba team, they are actually just creating a kind of, like, that prerequisite activity or predecessor activity for this. The same thing they are doing here itself. So this is not our activity. This is done by the Ariba customer support team, but I am just adding this information here. And once they will enable this, so what they are doing, they also have to enable the parameter, and that parameter they can find out under the customization manager parameters. Okay, this time I think it's a move to the now ICM, intelligent configuration manager, or I may wrong as well, because we never seen that the Ariba side, Ariba people's access, so they may have some parameter under the customization manager as well. That might also be possible. So they have to come in this customization manager parameters, and once they will come, you can see application.common async integration task, they are going to just enable this. Okay, so based on this, they're enabling any of the particular that async task. And once they will do this, that means now this particular task is now ready, right? And that means they have done their task as well. So same thing, later point of time, once we will enable. So when we have to enable, the same way we have to come in the cloud integration gateway, then we can see here. This will give you more sense. So we have to enable this particular that check both the checkbox what we have done in the Ariba strategic sourcing or in the administration part. And you can see here it is asking about the some task. Okay, so as even earlier I told you, it's not mandatory. You have to choose all the particular tasks depending on the scope, whatever scope you have. Based on that, you have to actually choose the particular task. So why system is asking to choose any of the particular task? System is asking based on the setup, what is done by the earlier from the Ariba customer support team. Okay, so based on that only they're asking to enable this particular task. And now once you select this enablement indicator and this required async task and then click on the save, then your CIG enablement will be done in the Ariba P2P. So from process point of view, if you see, we are following the same process. Only differences is that in case of this Ariba P2P solution, we have to enable some async task depending on the scope, whatever you are going to implement. Okay, now I think this is same thing what we discussed. This is nothing new. And this we'll discuss in the coming session on the CIG. So let me just move to this. So now what will happen overall, if you see, so we have done this this CIG enablement. So initially in the first step, we have completed the activity that is the add-on installation. After that, we have done this cloud connector setup. Now we can say we have enabled the cloud integration gateway as well. So once we complete all this particular activity, then in the next step, the basis consultant, they have to go to the ERP system, like in SAP ECC or S/4HANA, and they have to perform some add-on configuration. So they will not configure the complete add-on. They will configure some configuration from technical perspective. Okay, so whatever different kind of technical configuration that your basis team is going to perform in the ERP system, let's talk about that part. Okay, so once you come to the ERP system, and once you log in the ERP system, so we have to use one transaction code SPRO. So we have to enter one SPRO transaction code. And when you enter in the SPRO transaction code, so once you come here, we can see we have the SAP reference IMG option. Open this SAP reference IMG. And once you open the SAP reference IMG, you will able to see all the particular configuration node, what is there in the SAP ERP system. Okay. Now to access this our Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway configuration, we have to come in the last. And here we can see we have the integration with other SAP component. Right. So we have to come in this integration with other SAP component. And once you click on this, we can see we have the config node, that is SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway. Okay. So once we come here in the SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway, inside this, if you see, so recently earlier some options was less, but recently in the, I think in 2305 release, or I would say in the SP18 release, SAP has added some more functionality in the ERP system under CIG. Otherwise, if any one of you is having the access for SP15 or SP14, so in that cases, you will not be able to find out all the different config step there. Okay. So right now, basically, the CIG Ariba has released the SP19 version. SP19 is the version of the CIG. Sometimes during interview also, we are asking the question or we are getting this kind of question, what is your current version of the CIG? So right now, the SP19 version is going on. And but if you want to see, like in your customer side, like which CIG add-on install, what is the version for that? So we can come to the system, like how we navigated to this part. So we have to go to system. From there we have to choose the status, and once you choose the status, here we can see we are having the product versions, right? So we have to come here and click on this details, and once you click on this details, then here you will able to see all the particular, like that solutions and version what is implemented or what is installed in your like SAP ERP system. So once you come here, you will able to see about the CIG itself. So even we can sort it, but let me come down. You can see this one. So here we can see ARB CI1. So generally CI1 is applicable for ESP0 to ESP8 or in case of S/4HANA. So we have to check this ARB CI1, and in the ARB CI1 you can see the component is something SP level 18. Okay. So what is the SP level 18? SP level 18 in the sense that is SP18 version. Okay, so with the help of this SP label, you can easily identify that. If you can see SP18, sorry, 18, that means you have to understand that it is service pack, like 18. If you can say like 19, that means you have to understand this client, they are having the CIG version like SP19. If you can see the like SP14, SP15, so in that cases you have to understand like this customer, they are having the lesser version, that is old version, that is SP14 and SP16. Okay, so like this we can find out this information about the CIG version. Okay, so SAP has given this thumb rule in case of the CIG version. So SAP is following like that we can say SPN. N means we can say like current version. So SPN -1. Okay, so if you're using currently, like let's say SP18, and if the current version is that like the SP19, so you are eligible to get some support. Support means it's not like that you are facing any challenges, they will not support you. Support in the sense you cannot expect any kind of new features, any kind of like a bug fixing, that kind of things would not be possible in their cases. You can continue, you can use this, there is no harm in this case. But if you're expecting like I should get some latest feature, I heard about this like SAP has released some of the features, right? But in our CIG tool, I cannot see that kind of thing. So this kind of thing you will not get. Why you will not get? Because SAP has given the simple rule, that is your version N-1. So currently we are having the version like we can say SAP 90 SP19. So you may get support like a new releases or feature update only up to this SP18. Okay, or might be in some exceptional cases we can see SP17 as well. But if you're having the very old version like SP16, SP15, in that case definitely you have to first upgrade. SAP will recommend to upgrade your version. So that's the reason whenever we are implementing the Ariba solutions, then we always have to recommend to our basis team, please let it to take this latest version of the like the CIG. Okay, even sometimes it also happen like in our project when we were implementing one project of Ariba supply chain collaboration to one of the US customer. So when we started working on the integration part, that time it was SP14. So we have installed the SP14 and we have done all the configuration. We have done the like system setup integration. Integration testing also was completed, and we are about to go live in the next month. But that time SAP has released SP15, then even SP16 also came in the market, or it's supposed to come. So we had discussion with the SAP delivery team, and they have also requested to client to wait for at least 10 days. They have to postpone the plan for 10 days. And they have recommended like, please upgrade your CIG version, because as of now, we have not like gone live yet. So we are having some options. We can upgrade the CIG. So even the upgradation happens, and as part of that, we have performed the end-to-end testing once again. It's not like that upgrading that like any features is going to impact your business process or transactional process. But from safer side, it is recommended to perform a kind of like that regression testing, or we can do some integration testing that we have to perform. So that's why we have to, recommend to customer to go with the latest version. Okay, so apart from that, so the version informations we can find out like, here itself. And now once you have the version information, then we can come to this, that CIG config node. Now we can see we are having the different config node here. That is the global settings. So global settings is a kind of, it mostly contains the technical configuration that basis they have to perform. Only few configurations only we have to perform. We'll talk about that. And in the next we can see Ariba network. Okay, before we can talk about the Ariba network, if you come to the global setting, so whatever the different config you can see here, like we're having different config node. So mostly we can see the technical configuration here, that is maintenance certificate, create RFC destination, create port definition, logical system, receiver port, different config we can see. So only few of the config that we have to actually perform as a Ariba consultant. Otherwise, if you are expertise in this area as part of basis, you can do that. Otherwise, this activity will be purely done by the basis consultant. Okay. And then apart from that, we can see master data integration. That's something like also we have to perform, right? Master data native integration. So you have the two option. Either you can config the master data integration, or you can config this master data native integration as well. SAP has given these options as well. SAP Ariba static sourcing suite integration, that is for the Ariba static sourcing integration. SAP Ariba procurement integration, that is for the buying and invoicing solutions we have to perform. Configuration activities for to transfer data. So these two config node, that is configuration activities to transfer data and test central. So this two nodes SAP has, I think, given recently, right? These two nodes is even though we have this option, but still it not is completely functional. So we talk about some at high level, whatever we can do. Even many things we are not able to do as of now. Might be in the coming releases, we may see some these options will be functional, but like that, different options we have here. Okay. So in the next, let's talk about, we'll go in the sequential way. So let's talk about first the global settings. So we'll see as part of global settings, or whatever things that something base system they have to do. Even we will see in the system itself, and I will run a kind of PowerPoint as well, just for your easy understanding, because this is mostly the technical configuration. So we may not be able to digest all the particular configuration. So we'll try to understand at high level, like whatever the step-by-step activity that our base system they have to perform. That's something we'll discuss. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me run one cycle in the sense, as I said earlier, like, we will not able to see the complete end-to-end cycle in the system, because the system is still, the integration is in progress, right? The complete integration is not there. We can only create some transactions, like we can create RFQ and we can send it to CIG, that's it, right? So instead of that, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to show you one, like a piece of the process. Okay. And based on that, like, that, or whatever the you want to take, we can take any of the cycle, whatever you want. But I think RFQ integration, like sourcing integration, is a little bit complex, and that some little bit like lengthy as well. So let's talk about this one sourcing process cycle from the RFQ to the purchase order or the contract. And let's try to understand the process, and based on that, we will try to build up the system that might help you to understand in very easy way. Okay, so you can see this slide. So this slide is talking about one process flow of this, like, sourcing integration. And this is applicable in case if your customer, they have implemented the, the sourcing module only in the Ariba side. And they have the backend SAP system as well. So in that cases, how they are going to run this process, that's something this slide is talking about. Okay. So you can see in these cases, what basically we have to do from the system architecture point of view, you will have the 4 layer, or I would say only 3 layer. So we can see in this cases, we are having 4 layer. That is first in the downside, you can see that is the our ERP system layer. Then we can see we are having the CIG layer. In third, we can see Ariba Network. So, Ariba Network is a backbone. So Ariba Network will always be there. That's something we can ignore. And then we will have the Ariba sourcing layer, right? So in these cases, how the process will work. So in that cases, in the first step, we have to create the purchase requisition in the ERP system, whatever ERP system you have, SAP, ECC or S4HANA. And once you create the like a purchase requisition in the ERP system, that purchase requisition we have to convert in the purchase order, sorry, in the RFQ, and that RFQ will get transmitted to the Ariba CIG. Okay, so how this RFQ will go to the CIG, that will go with the help of the IDOC. So RFQ will generate the IDOC, where the IDOC, it will go to the Ariba CIG. And once it will reach to Ariba CIG. So, the SAP ERP having different language and Ariba is having different language. So once this information will come to Ariba CIG, then the Ariba CIG will convert IDOC information into the XML information. And that XML information will come to your Ariba network and it will reach to the Ariba sourcing solution. And once it will go to the Ariba sourcing solution, so in the Ariba sourcing solutions, like, one sourcing request will get created automatically with the difference of the RFQ, what to be sent from the ARP system. So then the sourcing manager or sourcing agent, they have to process that a sourcing request. They have to perform the required activity based on your system customer, like, configuration. And then once they will complete that, they have to create the different kind of RFX event. Whatever the RFX event they want to create, like, a request for information, a request for proposal, or we can say reverse auction or forward auction. So whatever the particular event they want to create, they have to create the different type of event in the Ariba sourcing solution. And once they will run the event, so after successful execution of the event, they have to complete the awarding activity. They have to do the supplier selection part. And when the supplier will get selected, so during the awarding activity itself, like business user, they have to specify what they want to create in the ERP system as part of the subsequent document or follow-on document. So based on this selection, whatever option they want to choose, they can choose the option like purchase order or the contract. And based on the selection, that information will come back to your CIG, and via CIG, it will create the purchase order or contract in the SAP ERP system. Okay, so this kind of process, like, you may say, you may expect to design, like if your customer, they are implementing only the Ariba sourcing module and they have the backend system as a SAP ERP system. So now if you see as part of this process flow, whatever the different configuration we have to actually perform. So in these cases, if you see, we have to do the setup in the SAP ERP side first, right? And then we have to do some certain setup on the Ariba CIG. After that, we have to do some certain setup in the Ariba side as well. Okay. So let's talk about whatever different setup that actually we have to perform in these cases. So in these cases, overall, if you see, we have to actually perform the configuration. So we can just make a note for this for your easy understanding. ERP side configuration, then CIG side configuration, and in third, we can say Ariba side configuration. Let me just make a note, then I'll talk about in detail level about all this configuration. I'm just adding some other miscellaneous configuration as part of general settings. Even we can cover in the other, in this applications configuration and master data integration setup as well, but just I added so that you will not miss anything. So this is something about this. I think we are building a kind of course curriculum as well. Okay, so one disclaimer, this you can say in other way, we are going to design once again the complete course curriculum as well. Okay, so with the help of this, you have to basically correlate about the other integration, like if you're expecting, like let's say contract integration, P2P integration, right? So the same thing we have to basically follow in the same manner. Because sometimes it happens, some people they're expecting like, okay, now we understood about this. Can you go one by one all the particular, like that particular transactions? So it will be kind of never ending job, right? So whatever the possible thing that we have to do, that I'm just adding here. Okay. Now you can see. So in these cases, like, we have just mentioned all these possible configuration or possible object, which basically we have to touch to configure the end-to-end, integration for of Ariba sourcing module with the ERP system. So as we understood, as part of this process flow, we are like in their cases, we are creating the purchase request and RFQ in the ERP system. That RFQ we are sending to the Ariba, right? By the CIG, and in the Ariba system, we are actually, creating the different kind of event, and we are completing the awarding activity. That awarding information, we are sending to the ERP system, and based on the selection, the system is creating the contract or the purchase order. Okay, so these are the different things. That's something like, so in that cases, if as we discussed, so in that cases, we have to perform configuration in 3 places. So one place is the ERP system. So as part of the ERP system, we have to perform the different kind of configuration. So whatever different kind of configuration. Okay, so as part of that, we have to perform the configuration in the ERP system. Then we have to perform configuration on the CIG side, and we have to perform the configuration in the Ariba side as well. Okay, so Ariba side will include the Ariba network, including the Ariba applications as well. So both I just clubbed in the third step configuration. So if you see in the detail label in the ERP side, whatever things we have to do. So as we discussed earlier as well, so to done the integration, we have to first install the add-on. So we require to install the add-on, whatever the add-on is required for that. Then we have to enable the CIG, even though this is basically out of this ERP, but I just added here a kind of prerequisite. So we have to enable the CIG. After that, from the ERP side, we have to you set up the cloud connector as well. So we have to download and install the cloud connectors, right? Then we have to perform some global settings configuration. That is something, a kind of technical config we have to actually perform. Apart from that, we have to also discuss about this master data integration. So we have to integrate the master data. So whatever different kind of master data, that's something we needed. That's something I will talk, like we have to integrate from the ERP to the Ariba system. Then apart from that, we have to perform some certain configuration in the application specific, that is, we can say transaction specific. So as per our process flow, what we have seen that we are sending the RFQ from the ERP to the Ariba system. So in these cases, RFQ is a transaction, and for that we have to do some certain setup, right? And apart from that, we have to do some other miscellaneous configuration. Actually, that will cover as part of this application specific setup and the master data integration. But just I added here separately. So we have to do some general settings. So generally, in the general settings, so we have to set up the IDOC. So how basically we have to set up the IDOC, that's something we'll see. So this is something, the overall, that we can say process or configuration step that we have to actually perform the ERP side. Okay. Now, once you've done this, ERP side configuration, then we have to move to the CIG side. And in the CIG side, the CIG enablement we should be there as part of CIG side, but let's say ignore this. So in the CIG side, we have to set up the ERP system ID. So whatever the different that system ID you want to add as per your ERP landscape. So generally, if you see in the ERP side, we may have the sandbox, development, test client, UAT client, and the production client, right? So whatever different landscape that you are having, accordingly, we have to add the different system ID in the CIG. After that, we have to actually create the integration project. So whatever the particular documents you want to integrate, so based on that, we have to create some integration project, and we have to provide the different kind of information in the integration project. That's something we have to check. And in some certain cases, if the standard mapping, so as we discussed earlier as well, so for the Ariba to ERP integration, SAP has given the mapping as a standard, right? But in some certain cases, if the standard mapping is not working and you want to create some custom mapping, so we can do some custom mapping as well. So how we have to do the custom mapping, that's something we'll talk as part of the custom mapping. And we have the custom routing as well. So if you try to understand the sounds of the word custom routing, so in this cases, like, whatever the routing that SAP, that Ariba is following as a standard, but if you want to change the routing, so like as per standard, SAP is sending the information from system A to system B, but you have the requirement like system should not send the information from system A to system B. System has to send the information from system A to system C. So in these cases, if you say, that means you are expecting a kind of custom routing, and that will come as part of the custom routing here. Okay. Then we can see certificate setup. So I just mentioned this like separately here, certificate setup. We don't have to do anything in the certificate. Anything in the sense, we don't have to perform any configuration. If in some cases, if required, you can download the certificate from the CIG and you can give it to basis team. They will do the same setup in the ERP side. So for that, like, we should know like from where we can get the certificate, because whenever they will get any kind of notification about the certificate expiration or certificate update. So in that cases, you have to download the certificate from the CIG and give it to the basis team. Then basis team, they will configure the certificate. So how to do that, something we'll do. Then we are having the transaction tracker. So transaction tracker is just only for your monitoring purpose. You can go in the transaction tracker. You can monitor the any of the particular information, right? So how actually we have to monitor whatever the different flexibilities that we have in the transaction tracker, that will talk as part of the CIG. So this is about the CIG side setup. Then apart from that, in the if you move to Ariba side configuration, so in the Ariba side configuration, like we have to actually configure the endpoint. Endpoint means in simple, you can say destination point. Like once we create the document, any particular documents, to which destination system you want to send that particular information, in that thing we have to actually configure as part of the endpoint configuration. Then apart from that, we have to configure some like, that additional document type. So generally, in the ERP side, if you see while creating the purchase order, purchase or contract, so we are using some standard document type like NB, that MK, WK. So this standard document type we are basically using. But sometimes while implementing this Ariba sourcing solution, if your customer, if they are having like the any custom document type like GV, GNB, or we can say GMK, GWK. So in that cases, we have to add the document type also in the Ariba side. Though this activity we have to perform with the help of the Ariba shared service team, but at least we should know how actually they are doing. That's something like, that we have to actually do that in the Ariba side. And in the last, we have to add the ERP system ID. This is not mandatory activity, but it required as part of the master data integration. So if you want to configure this, you can configure. Otherwise, this is completely optional. We can ignore. It's not mandatory. So this is the overall, like, that designing that we have to follow, in case if you are going to integrate the Ariba sourcing solution with the SAP ERP system. So let's talk about this step by step. And once again, I'm just giving the clarity. So we are talking one complete transaction end-to-end configuration. Okay. So same thing applicable in the other solutions as well, whatever the other solutions you want to integrate, right? So let's say you want to integrate the contract, P2P, SLP, whatever. So, or even in case of supply chain collaboration or commerce automation as well. I'm not saying exactly the same thing applicable for all the integration. It's not like that. So, but most of the configuration will be common. For example, if you talk about the Ariba supply chain collaboration implementation, right, or commerce automation implementation. So in that case as well, whatever things we're talking in the ERP side configuration, that will be same. So I would say this is the pillar of your, that the ERP side configuration for any of the particular application. But apart from that, whatever other thing you can see like CIG side configuration, this will also be the common. Only information will vary depending on the scope, like which particular applications you are going to integrate, and some information will be also vary in case of this Ariba site configuration as well. Either it could be Ariba network or Ariba applications as well. So same thing is applicable applicable for other integration as well. So in this case, we are going to talk about all the other configuration of other applications as well. Okay. Now let's talk about whatever things that we have completed. So if you so we'll go in the sequence wise. We'll first go in the ERP, then we'll go to CIG, and after that we'll go to Ariba side. So first in the ERP side, we have discussed about the installation of the add-on, how to do that, something we discussed, how we can install the add-on, right? So we have seen that we have to go to SAP Service Marketplace. From there we have to install. So that means this part we can say we have done. Agree. Then enabling the CIG. In today's session, we discussed about how actually CIG enablement has to be done. So whatever things that something Ariba customer support team they have to do, or whatever things that actually we have to do as a Ariba consultant, that's something we discussed. And also we discussed once we are enabling the CIG, the system will generate the P user ID information. And that P user ID information is actually very important, right? So in that cases, that we discussed about how actually we have to enable CIG. That's something also we have done, right? Then apart from that, we are to discuss about, we discussed about the cloud connector setup as well. So there we have discussed about how to set up the cloud connector, how we have to install the cloud connector, how to download and install, and then whatever setup, that's something we have to do in the cloud connector, and how we have to add our ERP system, add information. That's something also we discussed. Right. So this part also we have covered as part of this. So these three config we have done, and I hope you are also clear on this three configuration. Okay, so as we discussed, this global setting configuration is containing mostly the technical configuration where we can see, okay, and even this is purely basis team job as well. Only few of configuration that we have to perform as a Ariba consultant. We'll talk about those configuration in detail level. But whatever the configuration that your basis team they are doing, that's something I'm going to show you at high level. So first I will run a PPT just only for understanding purpose, and then we will talk about in system as well, or we can talk in system directly here because we are having the configuration live. So we can talk about that this global setting configuration. So once you come in this global settings configuration, so here we can see the first configuration is the maintain certificate. Okay, so when you come in this maintain certificate, so this configuration is very important configuration, but this is done by the basis team, basis consultant. So when you come in this maintain certificate configuration, so we have the different options here, as part of this certificate. So we can see we are having the different kind of options here. So initially, when the basis team they are going to configure this certificate, they may come back to you and they may ask you, can you please tell me which certificate we have to configure here? Okay, so let me tell you how actually that we will get the certificate. So whenever the basis team they actually require the certificate, and see there are two things. If the basis team they are well expertise, then in that cases they know how to get certificate, they will collect it and they will actually configure this. Otherwise, if they are not, they don't know. So in that cases they may try to reach out to you. They will ask you, can you please guide me which certificate we have to use to configure here. Okay, so in that cases how we can get the certificate information. So for that as a Ariba consultant we can help them. And if you see here, so in these cases, they have to configure the SSL certificate here. Okay, so now how to get all this certificate information? So all this certificate information you can get on the CIG portal. So once you come on the CIG portal, so I'm trying to log in the CIG. You can see I logged in the CIG, and whenever you want to, you are trying to find out the certificate, you can take from here. So we have to come in the CIG, then go to this resources. We can see resource tool, resource tab. You have to come on the resources, and in the resources, if you see, you can see we are having the CIG certificate here. Okay. So once you come here in the CIG certificate, so here we can see we are having two things, that is the load balancer certificate and the tenant, like the client CIG certificate. So we have to basically follow this load balancer certificate. Okay, so this we have to come in the load balancer, and depending on the environment where they are going to config, if they are going to config in the test site, then we have to click on the test, and here you can see this is certificate. So if you want to, that if you're expecting to extract the certificate, you can come here and click on this option, that is testacig.ariba.com. And once you click on this, then you can see system will download this certificate to you. Okay. So you can get the test certificate for the test site from here, or even if you are expecting for the production site, you can come here, and here also you can see you are having the certificate for the production site. So depending on the requirement, whatever the particular certificate, that's something they're expecting for the test site or the production site, that you can get it from the CIG tool, from the resources. And once you extract it from the resources, you have to send it to basis team, and basis team, they have to actually configure the certificate on the ERP site here. Okay, but this is not a very quick activity, very simple activity. This is very lengthy activity and pretty much technical. Even I also don't know whatever things they have to actually perform here. But once you come here in this maintenance certificate, so you can see we are having the different node here. So basis team, they have to go to each and every node. Like here we can see first we are having something system PSC. They will go in the system PSC, and inside this also we can see we have something this certificate V4 calcs, something like that. So here they have to perform all the particular certificate information. So they have to actually go to each each individual node, and wherever it is applicable. So to which node it is applicable, I don't know, because I'm not the basis guy, but at least they have to go to different node here, and wherever this applicable, they have to actually config the certificate here. Okay, so they are following a kind of list of the activities here. If I can show you for your understanding purpose, let me try to show you from here itself how they're following to configure the certificate. So you can see they have to come in this maintain certificate options here, and once we will come in this maintain certificate options, then you can see the similar kind of screen you can see in this presentation as well. And here they have to follow different process. So you can see it is given the informations here. Import SSL server certificate for HTTPS connection. This is the root certificate of the CIG. Okay, import SSL server certificate for HTTPS connection. This is a root certificate of CIG. On the trust manager screen, click SSL client anonymous, and click the import certificate button, and refer the below examples shown in the screenshot below. So in this cases, what process they are following? So they have to come here. They have to click on this SSL client anonymous. And once they will click on this, you can see in the second step is talking about like this option. So if I'm not wrong, if I'll go to my ERP system once again here. So here we can see we are having the node that is SL client anonymous, right? So we have to come in this options they are saying, and once we come here, so here basically you will get the options of in the downside we can see we are having the options of the import certificate. Right. So same thing they are asking here. We have to come here and click on the import certificate. And once you click on this import certificate, then in the next you will get, this kind of like step you have to follow. So now you can see in the third step, we have to navigate to the local drive in your computer where you have saved this SSL server certificate of the CIG. Select the certificate and press the enter. So whatever the certificate that we have earlier installed from the CIG tool, so wherever we have saved that like certificate, that's something like, we have to pick it, and then we have to select, and we have to allow to import the certificate. Okay, so once you do that, then click add the certificate list, and you will see a message that you have added the certificate successfully. and ensure that you save the newly added certificate. This notified the ICM about the new certificate you have just imported. So thing is that they're trying to say like while importing the certificate, it's not like that. Like let's say the same certificate we have downloaded few months back, and the same certificate I'm going to import in the ERP system as well. This is not the correct. So what we have to do actually, we have to, basically enable the certificate. Sorry, we have to download the recent certificate from the CIG side, and that certificate actually we have to install in the ERP side as well. Okay. Then apart from that, they're saying the different steps here. You'll get this kind of pop-up. You have to give the file. You can see the file name here. Then click on the allow. Once you do that, the certificate information will get updated here, right? Then we have the option add to certificate list. Once you click on that, you can see different kind of informations. Then certificate added to our PSC. And once again, they're asking, we have to go to something extras. Sorry, we have to go to the like transaction code SMICM. Then from menu, we have to go to ICM, restart. This is the activity we have to do. So you can see, I'm just showing you only for information purpose, not in detail manner, because this is purely basis consultant job. So here it is trying to show you like we have to come in this something SMICM. And once you come to this particular T code, you can see we have to go to ICM. Then from ICM, we have to go to restart, choose the option of the S. Then it will give you a kind of pop-up. Do you really want to restart the ICM? And then they are saying something, we have to navigate the maintenance certificate under global setting once again, then go to the trust manager, create a new client, right? So if you see the screenshot, so we have to go to maintenance certificate once again, then go to environment, SSL client identities. After that, you will get this kind of entries here, this kind of screen. We have to maintain one new entry here. And as part of new entry, we have to maintain the identity as the Ariba, and we have description Ariba Network Client. Okay. And once you do that, the same way we have to go to next one, SL client Ariba Network. And the same way we have to follow the different process. Like we have to go to import, then import this SSL client anonymous. And then same way, whatever you uploaded there, same way you have to do the here itself. And this certificate will also get added in the like our ERP system. So overall, if you see, this is not a kind of quick activity or a small activity. This include the different like activity as well. So I think this is completely done by the basis consultant. So my intention is just showing this PPT or just to show in the system itself, just for your look and feel like this, you know, that basis team, they are actually configuring the certificate here. And the main thing is that how we can find out the certificate. So as we have seen that whenever we require to extract the certificate, we have to go on the CIG tool, and under this resources, we will able to find out our certificate. We have download the certificate and we have to give it to the base system if they required. Okay. So this thing basically they are doing. This is a technical configuration completely done by the basis consultant. Our if help only required in case if they're asking to from where they can get the certificate, that information we have to actually provide to them. So not only this, even if you see, we are having some other configuration that is create RFC destination port, logical system, receiver port, and some other configuration is also there. So whatever the configuration is applicable, I'm not saying all the complete end-to-end global setting configuration required. It's not like that. So whatever other configuration required, so mostly this global setting done by the basis consultant. Only two things, or I would say only one thing we have to maintain or we have to perform. So one is that sending the SAP information to CIG. This is a very important activity that we have to do as a Ariba consultant. And this activity we have to perform in each and every ERP system. Then apart from that, we also have to work on this map the variant and partitions for SAP Ariba Solutions. So these two things actually we have to take care. Rest of the complete part, your base system, they will take care. So I think not today now, but in the next session, we'll talk about the other global setting configuration, which are actually relevant to our integration project, even though it is done by the base system, but let's talk about at high level, at least for our look and feel. And then we'll start the other configuration in detail level, like which we have to perform as a Ariba consultant. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary function of the SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway? Option A, to provide a secure and scalable platform. Option B, to manage user access and permissions within SAP Ariba. Option C, to handle financial transactions and invoicing. Option D, to perform data analytics and reporting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, are you ready to unlock the power of seamless cloud integration with SAP Ariba? Our SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway course is here to give you the keys to success. You can learn at your own pace on our convenient online platform. In this comprehensive course, you'll master the art of integrating SAP Ariba with other cloud applications, streamlining your business processes and maximizing efficiency. From setting up secure connections to troubleshooting integration issues, our course covers it all. Our instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Ariba CIG. They'll guide you through real-world scenarios and share invaluable insights to help you excel in your role. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the practical knowledge and expert guidance they've gained from this course. They've been able to implement what they've learned and drive tangible results for their organizations. The best part, this game-changing course is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to professionals at any level. Unlock your potential and take your SAP Ariba integration skills to new heights. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Okay, so in the previous session, we have discussed about the some configuration, or I would say basically we discussed about the scenario. And based on the scenario, so we took one scenario regarding this, like I would say sourcing solution. And we discussed about, like, let's assume the customer, they are going to implement the Ariba sourcing, or we can take any of the scenario because the same process will be applicable for all the other like solutions as well. So we took one scenario and then we discussed about like if customer, they want to implement that particular process and particular solutions. And from the integration point of view, how we can achieve the integration, from the SAP ERP system to SAP Ariba. And based on that, we discussed about like, that we have to perform the different kind of setup to achieve that client requirement. And in that cases, we have to perform some certain configuration in the ERP side. We have to do some certain configuration on the CIG portal, and we have to do few configuration on the Ariba network as well. So that's something we discussed, right? And then we started like the deep dive in the each individual configuration. So we have started our journey from the ERP side configuration, and we discussed about like we have to actually initially we have to install the add-on in the SAP ERP system, and after that we have to also enable the CIG, that is Cloud Integration Gateway. And parallelly, we also have to work with the cloud connector as well. And whatever things we have to follow in case of this add-on installation or CIG enablement, and we can say cloud connector, that's something we discussed. And even we have also discussed about the global setting setup as well. So basically the base system, once they will install the add-on in the SAP ERP system, so they have to perform some certain configuration in the global settings, like they have to configure the certificate, they have to configure the port, they have to configure the RFC, they have to map the variant as well, variant and partitions as well, right? And even I believe we also discussed about the sending the SAP information from SAP ERP to Ariba system. That's something also we have discussed in the previous session. And that is actually our job as a Ariba consultant. We have to send the SAP information to Ariba CIG. And why actually we have to send the SAP information to Ariba CIG? So, from the system landscape point of view, in the ERP system, usually we have the different landscape, like we can say development system, sandbox, quality system, right? And in that cases, like, that how system will, Ariba system or CIG system will come to know like which system you want to integrate from the ERP system to Ariba. For that, we have to send the SAP information to CIG. So I believe we have done this like global settings configuration. Okay, so once again, let me just, that give some overview once again on this. So basically, whatever things that we are discussing here as part of this scenario, so you can, like we can say, this is going to include the overall or course as well. Okay, so because in this cases we are talking for some specific module, we can say, but whatever the configuration we are talking here, this configuration is applicable for the other module integration as well. So, for example, if you are integrating the Ariba sourcing module, with the ERP system, in that case also we have to follow same process. In some cases, if you are going to integrate the Ariba contract module, we have to follow same process. In some cases, we are going to integrate Ariba SLP or Ariba P2P solution. P2P means we can say buying and invoicing solution. In that case also, we have to follow same process. And even if you are going to integrate the supply chain collaboration or commerce automation, in that case also the configuration will be same. So I'm not saying like exactly the same configuration will be there in all the cases, but yes, when you talk about ERP side configuration, almost same configuration, only you will have the variation of the master data integration and the application specific settings. Even if we talk about CIG side setup, so it will also be almost same. Only the differences you will find out in the integration project creation that will vary. And also, if you're going to like perform the configuration on the Ariba side, in that cases, you may have to, that the independent configuration will vary. Otherwise, I would say 70 to 80% configuration will be remain same in all the other Ariba modules as well. Okay, so overall, it is going to like include the entire course curriculum as well. Only one like a topic is not included here. That is the migration from the cloud integration to the CIG, that is CI9 to CIG migration, that is not there. But apart from that, we can say this is going to include the entire our course curriculum as well. Okay, so let's move to the next configuration now. So in the next configuration, if you see, we have completed this global setting configuration. In the next, we are having the Ariba Network Integration. So basically, this Ariba Network Integration is only applicable in case of the commerce automation and the supply chain collaboration. Okay, so whenever we are going to implement this commerce automation and supply chain collaboration, in that case, actually, we have to perform the configuration inside this Ariba Network Integration. Otherwise, if you are not going to implement these solutions, that is commerce automation or supply chain collaboration, in that cases, we don't have to perform any particular configuration here. So this training is especially for the cloud integration gateway, not for the commerce automation or supply chain collaboration. But at least let me give you some overview about this Ariba Network Integration as well, and that will make you some understanding. Okay. So when you actually come in this Ariba Network Integration, so before going to talk about the Ariba Network Integration, once again, if you see the global setting configuration is the pillar of the CIG implementation. So whenever we are going to implement the CIG for any of the particular integration or module integration, this global setting configuration will be the pillar. So this will be the compulsory in all the cases. We cannot ignore this global setting configuration. Inside the global setting configuration, some of the configuration will vary based on the particular module which we are going to implement. Otherwise, if you see, this is the completely pillar of the CIG integration. Okay, so once we complete this global setting configuration, we can say your base configuration has been completed, or we can say the connectivity has been completed. Now as a Ariba consultant, we have to start our role because the global setting configuration will be done by the basis consultant. If you are expertise in the basis area, you are having the experience, then you have to perform, you can do that. Otherwise, generally, when the basis team, they are like installing the add-on. So as part of the prerequisite, they will perform the configuration in the global settings and they will confirm to you, like this activity has been completed. You can start your functional configuration now. So from now onwards, we are going to talk about the functional configuration, which as a Ariba consultant, we have to actually perform. Okay. So if you come here in this Ariba network integration, so as I said, it is applicable for commerce automation or supply chain collaboration. So in this, we have the two configuration. One is the general settings and second is the application specific settings. Okay. So if you go to this general settings, so generally in the general settings, we are going to set up the interface. I'm not sure either you guys are aware about the commerce automation or supply chain collaboration or not. So generally as part of this commerce automation or supply chain collaboration, what we have to do, we have to collaborate our ERP system with the Ariba network. So in that cases, your Ariba strategic sourcing and Ariba buying invoicing will not come in the picture. And in that cases, you will have the Ariba like a network, and that collaboration we have to do with the ERP system. So in that cases, if you see your source of documents will still be like SAP ERP system. And if you see the process flow, that process will looks like this. I'm not going to talk about the entire process because this is not for this topic. This training is not for the commerce automation, but I'm just giving some high level overview to you. Now, in that cases, your system architecture will looks like this. So in that case, you will have the SAP ERP system. It could be ECC or S/4HANA. And then you can see you will have the Ariba network. And as part of this supply chain collaboration or commerce automation, what we are going to do, we are just going to collaborate our ERP system with the Ariba network. So this collaboration, or you can say the integration, we have to actually perform. And as part of this collaboration, or I would say as a result of this collaboration, what will happen, whatever the particular document you are going to create. So your source of document will be the ERP system. It does not means like once we integrate our ERP and the Ariba network, in the Ariba network, we'll able to create the purchase order, or we'll able to create the, the schedule agreement, or we'll able to create the something like, let's say, forecast collaboration. It's not like that. So still your source of documents will be the ERP system, and whatever the particular documents you are going to create. So depending on the solutions, because in supply chain collaboration, we are having around 8 to 9, or I would say 10 features. And whatever features your customer, they are going to implement accordingly, like, we have to create the documents in our ERP system itself. That means your client, how they are doing earlier, so same way they have to do after the implementation of supply chain collaboration or commerce automation as well. But only differences is that once they will create the particular documents in the ERP system, the document will automatically flow to your Ariba network. And from the Ariba network, buyer means your customer and the supplier, they will have the visibility. So customer, they will able to see in their side, supplier, they will able to see in their Ariba network portal side. Okay, so this collaboration actually we are doing with the help of the commerce automation and supply chain collaboration. Now, technically, if you see, so as part of this integration, let's assume we have implemented this purchase order collaboration as part of the, you can say, commerce automation or supply chain collaboration. So in that cases, once you create the purchase order in the ERP system, this purchase order is going to reflect in the Ariba network. But the thing is that how the purchase order will flow from the ERP to Ariba system, how it will go. So in that cases, we have to set up some certain transmission medium. And in these cases, we have to set up the IDOC. Okay, so in these cases, we have to set up the IDOC. And even whenever the ERP system is going to receive any kind of communication or confirmation from the Ariba network as well. So how it will flow? It will flow with the help of the proxy. Proxy means you can say web services. Okay, like how we are sending the email. So you have to send to email to me. You will type my email in your Gmail box and you will send me. Then it will come automatically with the help of the proxy or with the help of the web services. Right. So in this cases, to collaborate our ERP system with the Ariba network, we have to do some certain transmission medium setup, and that we have to do in the form of the proxy or in the form of the IDOC. That's something we have to do that. So normally during the interview, we are getting the questions like how to set up the IDOC, how to set up the proxy. Even last time I was giving one interview, and it's I think 6 to 7 months before, the person asked me, do you know how to set up the IDOC? I said yes. So I was asking some different transaction code, like how to do with BDC 87, how we can do from WE01, how we can do from WE05, how to set up the partner profile. So in these cases, we don't have to perform a kind of like that IDOC configuration like separately. So generally, whenever we are going to integrate any third-party system, and if you are going to send the information via the IDOC, so we have to configure separately. We have to configure the message type, right? We have to configure the different kind of port there. We have to configure the partner profile for that. So different things we have to do separately, right? But in these cases, as part of this ERP and Ariba network collaboration, we don't have to perform this kind of configuration separately. Why? So SAP has given the standard functionality for this. You have to simply set up the interface. And once you set up the interface, and it's a kind of only execution. Once you set up the interface, in that cases, system will automatically build up this particular that like transmission medium. So wherever IDOC is applicable, system will automatically build up the IDOC in the background. Wherever proxy is applicable, system will automatically build up the proxy automatically. Okay, but how system will do this kind of thing? Then system will do this kind of thing with the help of this set up the interface. So when you come here inside the Ariba Network Integration, we have to go in this setup the interface. And when you expand this setup the interface, here we can see we have the config node that is configure the connections to send the message. This is very important configuration in case of the supply chain collaboration or commerce automation implementation. Okay, so once we come here and when you will execute this particular transactions, in these transactions, you will able to see all the particular document flow as part of the inbound or as part of the outbound. So we can see this is the screen, and in this screen, we can see we are having two different sections. First sections, if you see, we can see interface setup for the IDOC. Right. And inside this interface setup for the IDOC, we can see we have two options. One is that outbound messages sent to Ariba CIG. And the second option is that inbound messages sent from the CIG. So outbound messages sent to CIG means ERP to your CIG system. CIG means you can say Ariba. And inbound messages sent from CIG means whatever the information you are receiving from the CIG to ERP system, that is the inbound messages. So whatever the particular documents you are going to receive or you are going to send as part of the IDOC, that we can select here. So in case of the outbound messages, if you want to select, we can select the purchase order, because generally we have to send the purchase order from the ERP to Ariba system. We can select the purchase order here. As part of the inbound messages, you may receive the invoice from supplier. You can choose the invoice. You can choose the order confirmation. This kind of document we can choose. Same way we can come downside, and in the downside we can see we are having the interface setup for web services. And in case of web services also, you can see outbound messages sent to CIG, and same way if you come downside, inbound messages sent to CIG. So whatever the particular document is applicable as part of the outbound messages, outbound means what information you are going to send from the ERP to the Ariba system. So you can choose any particular document here, like invoice status update, payment proposal, product activity message, service sheet response, ship notice request, quality notification, remittance cancellation, quality inspection decision, different outbound documents you can select here. Same way, whatever the particular documents you are going to receive from as part of the inbound from Ariba to ERP, that inbound document you can select here. That is advance SIP notice, component consumption request, document status update, service sheet update. You can choose and any particular document here. So once you choose any of the particular document here, then based on this, we have to like do all this required selection and we have to click on the execute. And once you click on this execute, the system will automatically build up the interface. So for which particular document the IDOC is applicable, IDOC will automatically get defined. It will be set up automatically. For which particular document the web services is applicable, that is proxy is applicable, that proxy will automatically get set up here. So we don't have to perform any separate configuration for this interface setup. Okay, so that is why SAP Ariba or especially the CIG is called as a matured product, because all these things SAP has given in the background, and we in the foreground we have to only give our criteria depending on the scope, whatever the particular document that is in a scope. Accordingly, we have to just enable or we have to keep disable that activity. We have to do that. Okay, so this is the one important configurations that actually we have to perform as part of the Ariba network. And apart from that, if you see the many other configurations, like we have to configure something, if it enable the vendors, with the help of that, we can enable the supply chain collaboration or commerce automation vendor, right? We can also maintain some vendor for the outbound transactions. This is applicable in case of the, that consignment collaboration, subcontracting collaboration. We have to maintain this kind of thing information. And apart from that, we also have to maintain the application specific setting. So here we can see different kind of applications we have. Like if you are going to, integrate the purchase order, we can configure the purchase order configuration here. We can configure scheduling agreement release configuration. We can configure order confirmation. We can configure receipt. We can configure service sheet, invoice, payment, different things we can do. Okay. And even apart from this, we have some few more as well. So in case if you are going to implement the quality collaboration or forecast collaboration, so we can see some additional features configuration also. It is the here inside this Ariba supply chain collaboration, that is quality inspection, quality notification, ship notice request, right? And some other issues. It is something like, that SAP has given here. So this is just only for the information purpose. As I said earlier as well, this workshop is not for the supply chain collaboration or commerce automation training. But since this is a part of this CIG configuration, I just gave you high level overview. But I believe if you are more interested to learn this supply chain collaboration or commerce automation, for that we are conducting separate workshop. You can connect with the team and we can do that. Okay. So this is something about this supply chain collaboration, commerce automation, that just I gave you high level overview. Now we will talk about as part of CIG integration in detail level, that is the master data integration. Okay, now let's talk about this master data integration. So in the SAP Ariba side, we do not have the flexibility to create any particular master data except supplier, right? That I believe you already aware. And why accept supplier? Because for the supplier, SAP has given the Ariba SLP module. And with the help of this, we can actually create the supply record in the SAP ERP system, in the Ariba system. But apart from that, whatever the different kind of master data we required. So we don't have the flexibility to create directly in the SAP Ariba system. We have the two options. One option is that like you can perform the file upload. So you can prepare the file manually and the source of data will be different system. And based on the data, you can prepare the file manually. You can load in the Ariba with the help of the import and export task. That is the one option we have. Right. Apart from that, we have the other option, like in some cases, if you are having the backend SAP system. So as part of the integration, you can actually integrate the master data from the SAP ERP to the Ariba system. Okay, so for that like requirement, SAP has given this config node, that is the master data integration. And even from the master data integration point of view, SAP has given two options to the customer. Earlier, it was only one option, that is the master data integration. But now in the recent releases, SAP has also given this option, that is the master data native integration. Okay, so I would say actually the master data native integration is a simplified process of the master data integration. You can use only one. It's not like that we have to use the both. Can use only one. Either you can use the master data integration or you can use this master data native integration as well. So depending on the scope, whatever things that you want to, that use, you can use as per your choice. But differences is that both are making same sense. But thing is that in case of the master data native integration, SAP has simplified the process. We are having more options to integrate the master data. Whereas in case of the master data integration, many things are clubbed together. And sometimes customer, they are facing some challenges while integrating the master data from the ERP to the Ariba system. Okay. So let's talk about both the config node, that is the master data integration and master data native integration. So let's first explore this master data integration. Then we'll talk about the master data native integration as well. So when we come in this master data integration, so we can see we are having the different kind of config node here. It's not like that all the config node applicable. So whatever the config node is applicable for us, we'll talk about all those topic. So first we have to go in the general settings under this master data integration, and inside the general settings, we can see we have the different config node here. Okay. But before going to talk about, or before going to explore this master data integration or any of the, it is applicable for any of the other CIG integration as well. So SAP has given one document that is called as a CIG cookbook. You can tell CIG cookbook, or even you can call them, that is called as a cloud integration gateway configuration guide as well. So to perform this integration, SAP has also given this document. This document is called as SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway Configuration Guide. And this document is available that on the Ariba Connect. If you have the access of the Ariba Connect, you can go there, you can simply extract the document, you can save in your local machine. Okay, so whatever the different configurations that actually we have to perform as part of the cloud integration gateway configuration, all the particular document, all the particular configuration you will able to see in this CIG cookbook. Okay, so even SAP is also recommending, before going to start working on the CIG configuration, please refer the CIG cookbook. And also you have to refer the latest CIG cookbook, because whatever the different config that is there, and if some changes happens in the configuration and you are not aware, in that cases, it may create some problem. And not only this, even we will see in some time. So even for all the particular config node, SAP has given the standard or predefined variable. We have to only maintain the data there. So for understanding purpose, how we came to know which data we have to enter, whatever supported values we have to give there. For this understanding, we can actually, refer the CIG cookbook, and in the CIG cookbook, all the particular configuration is given here. Okay, so even for example, if I'll go to my ERP system once again, and we can see we are going to start talking about the first configuration, that is the general settings under master data integration. And in the general settings, we can see we have the config node, that is configure external commands for operating system. Okay, now if you come here, if you open this particular configuration, so you may see, or you may not be able to understand what exactly we have to do in these cases. So once you see that particular screen, you will see the different kind of informations, like you can see here. Okay. And if you try to understand, we can see SAP has given, these are the predefined information that SAP has added by themselves. And once you will install the add-on, this configuration you will able to see by default. But here, as a functional consultant or as CIG consultant or Ariba consultant, it's very hard to understand what is this command name, what is the operating system, what is the program name, what is the functionality of the program name, what parameters we have to maintain as part of external program, what is the like additional column. So this is very hard to understand this. Might be if you put your effort, you will do some Google, you will search on the Ariba Connect, you may understand some of the commands, some of the program. But if you see, we are having the list of the program here, and it's very hard to understand this. Okay. So generally what SAP is recommending in these cases, you don't have to do anything from your side. So when you're starting your CIG implementation, once you arrived on this particular config node, nothing to worry. You have to just simply open the CIG cookbook, CIG configuration guide. And in the CIG configuration guide, try to find out this config node, that is how to configure external commands for the operating system. Okay, and once you find out this particular config node, then if you navigate to this step, then here you will see the step-by-step information itself, what actually we have to do here. So we can see, we open the same configuration to configure the external command for operating system. Now you can see all the process, it is given as a standard. Go to SPRO, IMG, integration with other SAP component, Ariba CIG, master data integration, general settings, and then click on the create, the external command skin appears, maintain the following values for the operating system. That's it. So once you find out, then we have to come here once again, and here we can see we have the option of the create. You can see here, you can simply click on this create option. And once you click on the create option, then just you have to maintain all the informations one by one. So whatever different entry you can see as part of the command name, this you have to enter here. And whatever values, that's something it required there, that's something also SAP has given as a standard. Okay, so we have to simply just follow the copy and paste. You can copy all the particular information and that you have to maintain in the command. That's it. This is the activity we have to actually perform. Okay, so this is a kind of technical things, and it is completely predefined. So we have to simply just mirror up from the CIG cookbook to Ariba. That's what the best practice we are following in these cases. And in these cases, we don't have to think much. Okay, because this is also SAP recommendation. Okay, so this information we have to maintain here as part of this configure the external command. And now in the next, if you see, we have the option that is the configure Ariba incremental extract event. Okay, so what is happening whenever we are integrating the master data from the SAP ERP to the Ariba system? And we are sending two different kind of informations from the two different kind of master data from the ERPs to the Ariba system. One is that newly created. Second is the incremental. Incremental means we can say updated. Right. So let's say, for example, we are sending the list of the supplier, list of the cost center, list of GL account from ERP system to Ariba system automatically, with the help of the master data integration. And in their cases, so initially we are expecting like whatever the list of supplier record or whatever the list of GL account cost center, that's something we have created that should go to the Ariba system. But not only about the creation, even later point of time, because in the ERP system we have the flexibility. Sometimes we are also updating the master data. Right. So like today supplier name is something some supplier name is something different or address is something different. Tomorrow if I require, I will change the supplier name, supplier address. Right. Or sometimes we are changing the GL account and cost center as well. right? So whatever that newly created master data integration, that basically you are to do, you will do. But apart from that, whatever the master data that you want to send as part of the incremental extract, whatever the list of updated master data that you want to send from the ERP to the CIG, that configuration we have to actually perform here inside this configure the Ariba incremental extract event. So when you come to this particular configuration, if you open this particular configuration, here you will able to see the list of the predefined object, and based on the requirement. So this object is not customizable. I will not say not customizable completely. We can customize with the help of the ABAP team. But generally, we are not also preferring to customize this kind of object because it's not so easy. And whatever different object you can see, like cost center, general ledger, asset, supplier, user, sourcing master data, bar catalog upload request. So for whatever the master data, you want to enable the incremental extract. So let's say, for example, as a customer, we are going to only implement Ariba buying and invoicing solution. So in these cases, we require the cost center, we require general ledger, asset is not in our scope, supplier we required, user is required, sourcing metal master not applicable in our cases, and even the buyer catalog upload request is not applicable in my cases. So in my cases, I want to only enable this four master data as part of the incremental extract, that is cost center, supplier, general ledger, and the user. So this four object we want to change as part of this incremental. You can select this and click on this execute. So once you click on the execute, then system will run this particular report and it will set up the event for the cost center updated. Okay, so like here we can see now system is saying something, this event is already exist. That means whatever that like, that cost center change, created, deleted. So generally, from the update point of view, you can say either we are changing or we are deleting these two activity we are doing, and accordingly system will automatically set up this relationship here. That means we have enabled the Ariba incremental extract event. Okay, so this kind of thing actually we had to perform here. So this kind of options SAP has given as a standard, and for that SAP has given this config node, that is configure Ariba master data incremental field restrictions. Okay, so in that cases, we have to work with this configuration, that is configure Ariba master data incremental field restriction. So we can come to this particular configuration, and if you open this configuration, depending on the object, whatever the object you are going to send as part of the incremental extract, depending on the object, you will able to see the list of the field restriction. Field restriction means field list of the field choice, and if we'll make the changes in that field, then only that information will go to the Ariba system. So once you come here to this particular configuration in the field restriction, here you can choose any of the particular data extract, whatever you want to choose, you can choose. Like we can see asset, catalog, cost center, general ledger, supplier, sourcing metal master, user. You can choose any particular object here. So same field, same object, we have seen that earlier in the previous configuration node while enabling the incremental extract event. And the same kind of similar field we can see here itself. So for whatever the object you want to see the incremental this field restriction, we can see here. So we can come to this option and you can choose any of the field. Like let's say I'm going to take this users. I will come here, I will select this user, double click on this user. And once I'll double click on this user, then system will select this particular user, or we can say KOSTLs. This is a technical field name. System will choose this particular that object here. And now if you click on the execute, you will able to see the list of the field which is restricted only for the Ariba. Right. So in these cases, that SAP has given only one field And what is that field? You can see here, CSKSB underscore VERAK underscore user underscore old, and something you can say equal to not equal to whatever. Then same way you can see CSKSB VERAK underscore user underscore new. You can see new and old. Now what is this? So you can simply understand. Let's say first, let's try to understand what is the CSKSB. How we can understand what is the CSKSB? Open the transaction code SE11. Okay. And once you open this SE11 transaction code, then you have to actually give the field name, that is CSKSB. So here we can enter the field name CSKSB. And once you enter the CSKSB, let's see what is this. So CSKSB, it looks like cost center master structure for change document. So it is saying cost center master structure for change document. And inside that we have one field, that is VERAK. Now what is the VERAK? So let me try to find out here itself. VERAK. We can see person responsible, right? I'm not sure if you are aware about this cost center configuration in ERP side or not. So if you know, then you might have seen that while creating the cost center from the KA01 transaction code, we have to specify the person responsible, right? So as part of this incremental, as part of this cost center integration from the ERP system, we are also sending the person responsible. And in some cases, if you are going to make any kind of changes in the person responsible value, that is VERAK, and if the value is something getting changed from old to new, then this information will only go to the Ariba system. Apart from that, if you're going to make any other changes, might be you goes the year, you maintain some different information the year that is not relevant to Ariba. In that case, nothing is going to happen. Okay, because that field is not, that information is not relevant to the Ariba system. So not only this, even if you choose any other that object, like let's say, for example, I would like to say for the GL account, right? So for GL account as well, we are having the different like list of field. So same way we can come here, or even you can check the cost center as well in the detail label. So we can see here itself, we are having the 3 cost center. Cost center, cost center, cost center. But why 3? Because one is the create, second is the update, and we can see third is the delete. So if you see here, we can see, you can see cost center change, cost center deleted, and once again cost center change here. And also we are having one cost center deleted. 4. So we can choose any of the particular option which you want to see. So let's say, for example, I am going to select cost center change. I will come here, double click on this. And same way, once I'll click on the execute, I will able to see the list of field. So here also we can see in case of this cost center change, we are having the list of different field. And here also we can see how system designed this. So we can see CSKSB underscore K text old, CSKSB underscore K text underscore new. That means if you're going to make some changes in the K text. Now, what is the K text? K text means, I think, description of the cost center. So, but you can find out here itself. Sorry, it was there in the CSKB only, but let me just type here. K text. Check what is the K text. You will able to find out here. General name. So general name of the cost center. That means if you are going to make any changes in the general name of the cost center, that will go to Ariba. Or if you're going to make any changes in the long text, L text means long text, then this information will go to Ariba. So like that, these are the informations that SAP has given as a standard. But sometime, let me share one of my past experience in these cases. So apart from this, sometimes some customer, they may require some additional field as well, like they want to send this additional field information from the, like, the as part of this master data. So in that cases, like, we have to work with the ABAP consultant. We also have to work with the Ariba shared service team as well. And we have to work with the ABAP consultant. We have to ask them to do some adjustment in that particular, like, that expressions, what it is configured there. They will add a kind of new expressions there. So this option is possible. If you required, we can raise the request to ABAP consultant. They can do that based on your requirement. So this kind of, like, option is there in the ERP system. Then apart from that, in the next, we have the configure Ariba event linkage. Now, if you come to this, and at any point of time, whenever we are going to perform some configuration, so might be in some certain cases or not in certain cases. In most of the cases, we make a different kind of things like what to do, how to do, right? So this information you can only understand based on the experience. Even if you refer the CIG cookbook, so in the CIG cookbook, you will able to find out the step. It will not give you the exact information what we have to do, what will be the impact of this, and what will happen if you will not maintain this kind of information. This thing you will not able to find out in the system, right? This kind of information will come as per your experience only. Right. So now the same way, if you, apart from this, in some cases, if you are getting some confusion, like what to maintain the information in that, so even you can open this SAP documentation as well, which is available in the screen itself. You can open this particular documentation, and here also, this is same thing what we have seen in the CIG cookbook. Similar kind of informations you will able to find out in the SAP documentation as well. So with the help of this itself, with the help of this also, if you want to enable or you want to perform some certain configurations, we can perform here. Okay. Now, in this case as well, like, if you see this particular configuration, configure Ariba event linkage, if you open this particular configuration, so this kind of information also SAP has given the standard. Almost all the information SAP has given as a standard. But here also, when you come, you will see you are having the different event linkage here. Okay. So whatever the event linkage, that something is applicable as a standard. That kind of event linkage, like, we can see here, but apart from that, some of the event linkage, we have to actually configure based on our requirement. So let me just give you a normal scenario to understand, like, in which cases we have to configure the event linkage. So let's say, for example, you are receiving the invoice from the Ariba Network Supplier Portal. So you have implemented the Ariba, let's say Ariba Commerce Automation. And, as part of the Ariba Commerce Automation or supply chain collaboration, we are having the flexibility. We can receive the invoice from the Ariba Network Supplier Portal to our ERP system itself. This kind of options we have. Okay. So in that cases, supplier, they are sending the attachment, to you. So you want to receive the attachment in the ERP system itself. So how we can receive the attachment in the ERP system? For that, we have to generate the event. We have to create the event linkage, right? So how actually we have to create the event linkage? So once you come here to this particular screen, here we can see we have the options of the new entries. You can click on the new entries here. And you have to refer the CIG cookbook. You can refer the CIG cookbook. And from the CIG cookbook, you will able to find out the information here. So let me try to show you. Like this, you can see. So we can come here, and here we can see different kind of, like, this event linkage options are SAP has given. We have to just copy and paste all the particular information, and then the event linkage will automatically be aligned. Okay. So in these cases, if you see as part of the event linkage, it's not about only a kind of a small entry or simple entry. You can, if you see that information is a technical, like you can see class name, interface name, and the method. So these are basically the technical codings or informations that is there. And this information, so we have to actually maintain the year as part of the event linkage. That's something we can do here. So depending on the requirement, whatever the particular event linkage, that's something applicable. That event linkage we can maintain here, and based on that, whatever transactions we are actually expecting, based on that, the event linkage will get automatically like enabled here. Okay, so all these particular informations like, the function modules, classes, and the receiver classes, all the informations SAP has given as a standard. Only we have to just maintain here. Maintaining here in the sense you are saying, yes, for our client, this kind of functionality that we want to enable. That's why you're maintaining this information. And once you do that, that means your event linkage will be in the place. Okay. Then apart from that, if you come to the next configuration, so next configuration, Ariba HR event linkage, this is basically applicable if you're having the HR table in the ERP system, you're maintaining the information, and you want to send the info for the user SAP ERP user ID integration, we are actually doing this kind of configuration, right? So this is something I've not seen that in many cases, but in some certain cases, if you want to do that, you can do that. And it is also a kind of very simple, like, configuration. You can open the CIG cookbook, and in the CIG cookbook itself, you will have the information, what entry we have to maintain, you can see. So the complete entry, it is maintained, it is mentioned here in the CIG cookbook. You have to simply copy, and then you have to actually just maintain here. That's it. Okay. So this is something optional configuration. You may not have to perform in all the configuration. Written integration is something different thing. Now, the most important thing is that maintain parameters and the maintain filters. Okay. So as we discussed earlier as well about some incremental load field restriction, and the same way we can convert the question for the creation as well. So for example, you can say in the customer ERP system, they are having around 10 company codes or 20 plant, but they don't want to enable the CIG functionality for all the 10 company code or 20 plant. They want to enable only for the, like, that out of 10 company code, they want to enable only for 6 company code, right? Or your customer, they are having the list of the, like, that 5,000 record in the ERP system, but out of 5,000 supply record, they want to send only the 2,000 supply record to the Ariba system, because rest 3,000 supplier, that is a kind of warehouse supplier. So like this, whatever the different kind of restrictions, that's something you may get during that, like, that implementation. So we can maintain this field restriction as well with the help of the maintain parameters and the maintain filters. Okay, but what we have to maintain the parameters and filter, that will talk in some time. Okay, one thing I missed to tell you. So if you are preparing for the CIG certification, so last week I gave CIG certification and I cleared this. So in the CIG certification, one question was there regarding this, like, HR event linkage, this value, this, like, what information we have to maintain. So in that CIG certification, there was one question like, what to integrate our HR master, what different kind of info type we have to actually maintain. So in that one, there was having the 4 options like 0001, 0002, 0105, and even it was mentioned something 0510, something like that. And we have to choose the 2 correct answers. So please remember, in that cases, this info type we have to maintain 0001, 0002, and 0105. So this 3 entry is correct. So if you're appearing for certification or planning to appear, then this question, this value will help you. So once again, remember to integrate our HR master from the ERP system. Sorry, to integrate the HR master in the ERP system, we have to maintain some info type. And what different kind of info type we have to maintain? We have to maintain 0001, 0002, and the 0105. This is just for your information purpose. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about the next configuration here. So next we can see we have the maintain parameters and the maintain filters here. So actually, if you see in the maintain parameter, so when we expand this maintain parameter, we have to perform 3 configuration, that is cross applications, procurement, and the sourcing. These 3 configuration we have to actually perform. So what is the cross applications? As you know, it is applicable for both the solutions, that is strategic sourcing and the P2P. Procurement is only for the Ariba buying and invoicing solution, or we can say procurement P2P, and sourcing is for the only strategic sourcing. So what actually we have to do here, so we have to actually enable the particular event, like which event or which extract you want to actually enable in the SAP ERP for the respective to this particular solutions. For example, if you're having the complete Ariba suite, in that cases, you may have to enable some of the particular extract which is applicable for the upstream, downstream both. Or if you're having only the downstream part, so in that cases, you have to enable some certain parameter, some particular like extract, which will be only applicable for the Ariba P2P itself. So whatever the different kind of extract you want to actually enable, we can enable with the help of the maintain parameters. Otherwise, how system will come to know, like which information system has to extract, which information system has to send to the ERP system, how system will come to know. So system will come to know with the help of this information only, that is the maintain parameter. So whatever the like particular object you are going to enable here, based on that system will understand this particular object, system needs to extract and send it to Ariba. Okay, so how we can do that? So we can come here in the maintain parameters, and if you go in the cross application, inside the cross applications, you will able to see the predefined variables, and that variables what we are going to see, that is the standard variable SAP has given, and based on the requirement, whatever the particular variable you want to maintain, you can maintain any of the variables here. So generally, in case of this cross application component, we have to enable the variable about the change doc wait time second. So this is for about like, incremental, like how long system has to wait to extract the information and to send the information to CIG. That entry you can maintain. You can maintain the default language as well, in which language you want to send the communication or payload from the ERP to Ariba. Then we have to also maintain the directory as well. So generally, when we are sending the any particular master data, so for that SAP has given one master data program, and that master data program we have to run in the foreground or in the background with the help of the batch job. And the year we have to specify, like in which directory the extract will get saved, and from where the extract will pick and it will go to Ariba system. So what for that purpose, we have to specify the temporary directory here that we can actually maintain here. So how we have to maintain this particular information? So once you come here, click on the modify. And once you click on the modify, this page will be editable. And depending on the solution, whatever the variant and partitions, even in the previous session as well, we discussed about the variant and partition. So whatever the particular variant and partition is applicable in your cases, you can maintain the variant and partitions here. And in the low column, you can maintain the value. So in which language you want to send, you can mention the language here. And what is the directory you have created, you can maintain the directory name here. So all these informations you can actually maintain in the cross application master data. Okay. Not only this, even if you go to the other configuration, like in case of this procurement and the sourcing, there also you will able to see list of the variable. So if you go to the procurement here, you will able to see the list of variable. And once again, this variable is purely standard. It's not in our hand, like we cannot customize this. We have to only enable or disable, that's it. So like here we can see now we are in the Ariba procurement master data, and list of variable you can see as a standard. And as of now, all the variables is disabled. But if you want to enable, so then for that we have to come here, click on the modify. Then same way, this page will be a table, and whatever the particular variable you want to enable, you can enable as well. Okay. But one thing you may think, how we come to know which particular variable we have to enable or which particular variable we have to keep disable, how we come to know. So in this cases, your experience will come in the picture. If you're having the good experience, you can easily understand that like which master data you are expecting to send from ERP to Ariba. Based on that, we can enable or disable. Or else you can go to the CIG cookbook. And in the CIG cookbook as well, all the informations are clearly given here. So for example, if I'll come here, and we can see we have the config node importing master data for SAP Ariba Procurement Solutions. And in this case as well, you can see the first config node is that how to maintain parameters for SAP Ariba Procurement Solutions. So once you open this particular configuration, then here as well, you can see we are having the same config informations here, like go to SPRO, then CIG, master data integration, general settings, maintain parameters, procurement. And here you can see all the variables here itself. But in these cases, you will find out some description as well. Like here we can see applicable for the SAP Ariba procurement solutions. This is an optional field. Set this parameter to enable general ledger export extract to pull and use balance sheet account. So this is for the GL account, general ledger account. So if you're going to send the GL account information from the ERP to the Ariba system, in that case, we have to enable this particular variable. And how we can enable this information is also given as part of the supported value. Like we can see variable name, balance sheet account, field name, leave it blank, number 4 times 0, variant partition, your system is specific variant and partition. Then in the low column, we have to specify allow to fetch if you want to enable this, or you can you can maintain this allow if you don't want to fetch this. So depending on the choice, whatever the particular options you want to maintain here, you can maintain. So same way here as well, you can maintain the variant. In the partitions, you can maintain the partitions. And here, if you want to allow it, that means if you want to fetch it, then we can maintain the allow here. Okay, so not only this, whatever the different variables you can see, even you can see we have something currency conversion bank rate, currency conversion euro rate. We are having this RL bank details. RL means remittance location. Remittance location means you can say invoicing vendor, right? So if you want to enable the invoicing vendor, that also you can maintain here the RL bank details. If you want to send this remittance location vendor address, that information also you can maintain here, right? Or even if you want to maintain, you want to send the supplier location, vendor address, this information also you can maintain, you can specify here, and this will go to the Ariba system. So depending on the requirement, whatever the particular, like, that variable means in simple, you can say master data. Whatever the particular master data, that's something you are expecting to enable for your particular solutions. That's something we can do that. So we have to come to maintain parameter. You can enable any of the particular parameter from here. Based on that, system will have the understanding, like, which master data system needs to extract and send it to the Ariba. Okay, so list of variables is there as a standard. Now we have to only enable it if you required. Otherwise, we can disable it. So this is the one important configurations that we have to perform as part of this, maintain parameters. Then apart from that, if you come to the next as the maintain filter, this is very important. So as earlier you said, TVRBC table, right? Or ARB CIG TVRB table. So in that table entry, we have to maintain as part of this maintain filter. Even parameter also will come there, but here we have to maintain in the maintain filter. And same config node you can see here itself, cross applications, procurement, and the sourcing. So in these cases, what we have to do, so in these cases, whatever the particular master data filter you want to do. So let's say, for example, earlier in the maintain filters, we have enabled the company code, that extract. Just I'm giving one hypothetical example. So we have enabled the company code extract from ERP to Ariba system. So that's fine. We have enabled this, but our further requirement is that, like, we don't want to send all the company code to the Ariba. Because in our system, we are having only, that only we are having 10 company code, and out of 10 company code, we want to send only 5 company code. We are having the 30 plant, we want to send only 20 plant. 10 plant is not applicable for Ariba. Right. So like that, whatever the different master data filter that you want to actually perform, we can perform with the help of the maintain filters here. How we can do that? So we have to come here in the maintain filters, go to the cross applications, or you can go to any particular node. Then you will get the list of variables here itself. And against each variable, what entry you want to maintain, you can maintain here. So for example, if you see in the cross applications, you can see we are having company code export, material group export, payment term export, plant export, plant purchase export, purchase group export, purchase org export, different variable we can see. Right. Now let's say, for example, I want to enable for the company code export. So here we can see we have different information, that is field name, variant, partitions, low, and even you will have the high column as well. Now you can see we are having the company code export. Right. So in this cases, we are going to enable the, like we are going to extract the list of company code in the ERP and send to Ariba. But when you talk to the client, so client, they may give you different requirement. You know, every client having their own flavor. I'm the client. You're asking to me like, okay, do you want to send all the company code or only few company code? I would say, no, please send all the company code. Right. That's fine. In that cases, what we'll do, we have to maintain some field name, and accordingly, we have to set up the other information here. Some client, they may say, no, please don't send all the company code, because all the company codes we are not using for the procurement process, because some of the company code is just dealing the sales activity, right? So please send only those company code which are located in the US region. And outside of the US region, whatever the company code is there, that information should not go to the ERP system, to the Ariba system. They may give you this kind of requirement. When you ask to the other client, they may say, no, we are having 20 company code, but apart from that, only 1, 5, 6, 10, 20, these 4 company codes should go to the Ariba. Right. So like this, your company, your customer, they may give you different kind of requirement. So what logic SAP has given in these cases? What logic they have maintained in these cases? So in these cases, SAP has given the logic, whatever the particular field name you are going to enter here, whatever the particular field name you are going to enter here, based on the field name, like once you run this part, like master data program, we'll talk about master data program in some time. So whatever the field name you are going to enter the year, that field name system will automatically pass to the respective table. Respective table means for company code, we are having the different table. For plant code, we are having different table. For purchasing group, having different table. Even not only in this, if you go to the procurement and you know that in the sourcing, we may have different like a list of field there. So let's say, for example, we are having the company code. Now, for the company code, we have to go to the company code table. And what is the company code table? T001 table. Right. So if you want to extract the company code, it's not like that we can extract based on the BUKRS. So some mostly we're saying we have to maintain the BUKRS. It's not like that I can extract only on the BUKRS. Like if I'll give the value of the BUKRS, then only I will able to see the information. For example, I'm maintaining 1000. And if I'll not maintain the BUKRS value, so system will not give me the report. It will give. We have the multiple options here. So whatever different options you can see in this screen, this is actually your filter screen as well. So for example, I'm the customer. I want to see the company code which are located in only in the India region, IN. So what I will do, I'll maintain this IN here and I will click on this execute. Then system will show me the list of company code which are located only in the India region. That list of company code I will able to see here. You can see 138 entries. Okay, not only this, even if I'll go back, Now I want to search the company code based on the other field. Like let's say this time I would like to search the field based on the currency. So I would like to see only those company which are having the currency INR. I can enter the INR here, click on the execute. Then if I'll click on the execute, system will show me the list of company which are having the currency INR. Right. So overall, I mean to say here in this cases, first we have to actually understand based on which parameter the customer, they want to send the company code. Right. So because sometime if they may give you some different value, like let's say they have given out of 30 plant, they have out of 30 company code, they have given the 20 company code, and 20 company code they have given random value like a 1, 5, 6, 20, 30, something like that. It's very hard to maintain, not very hard, it's difficult to maintain here. We can maintain, but we have to maintain entry one by one like this. It's a hectic thing. So we have to understand like on which parameter, on which basis they are deciding the list of company code. So they may say we are only deciding based on the company code ID. Then in that cases, we can maintain BUKRS here. That means based on the company code ID, company code name. Some customer, they may say, no, I would like to extract based on the region. So in that cases, if they want to extract based on the region, then in that cases, we have to take this region field, that is land one. You can paste here like this. Okay, some customer, they may say some different like other criteria. So same way you can come here, you can choose other criteria as well. Like let's say some customer, they're expecting to extract the list of company code based on chart of account. So they will not tell you in detail in technical language like this. We have to basically decide. We have to correlate. And based on that, what we can do, we can extract, we can copy this field name of chart of account. We can paste here like this. Okay, so the benefit of this is that whatever the entries you are going to maintain, like let's say our customer, they said like, that we want to only send the company code which are having which are located in the India region. That's it. So in that cases, how to maintain this entry? We can come here in the company code export. We'll maintain the field name land one variant, whatever the variant you have, your system specific variant, you can maintain. You can maintain the partitions here, right? Now they have given the value like which companies are located in the like US region. Okay, so here we maintain the field of the region land one. Now which are located in the US region. That means here we'll select the sign. Sign means include or exclude. So do you want to include this one or do you want to exclude this one? So in other way, if you talk, so some customer, they may say we are present globally, but whatever company is there in the US region, that is not part of Ariba. Other than that, all other part of Ariba send all the company code. How many company codes we have, I don't know. But I know only US region company code not belongs to Ariba, rest company code belongs to Ariba. So in that case, how you maintain the entry? So in that case, we have to choose the exclude here. E. This entry system has to exclude the US region entry, system has to exclude. Otherwise, if customer is saying only US region company code is a part of Ariba, then we have to choose include. Operator, you can choose equal to, or in some cases not equal to, in some cases between as well. If we are having the range value, you can choose, and here you can give the value as a US. Like this. Now our entry maintained. So once you maintain this particular entries here, so then when you will execute the master data program, system will first come to your TBRBC table. What you said earlier, the table name, system will go to that particular table. It will check against this variable, what field name you maintain here. So when system will find out like, okay, you maintain the land one, then system will fetch this land one field name in the runtime. Then immediately it will go to the your ERP, your company code table name. And here, once it will go to company code table name, it will pass the region, that's something, you know, like US here, right? So because it will pick the only land one field here and it will pass the field US here, and then it will click on this execute in the background. And once it will click on the execute, so whatever the company code that system will extract from here, this company code will go to the Ariba system, and in Ariba system, you will able to see only 82 company code. Okay, so this kind of logic, it is already exist as a standard. Only thing is that while maintaining this table, this is a kind of table entry, you can say. While maintaining this table entry, we have to be very careful. So we have to maintain this value carefully about this, not about only this. Even if you go to the other feature, other config node, we are having a big list as well. If you go to procurement, here you will able to see list of the, you know, that variable, and we are having a good list of variable. You can see account assignment category, account field export, BP export, commitment export, cost center export, currency conversion export, right? We can see something functional area export, fund export, different information you can see here. So we have to maintain this information like, you know, one by one. And once again, not only this, even if you go to the sourcing as well, in sourcing also you will able to see. So when you see the sourcing like a config node, here you will able to see the list of the variable relevant to the sourcing, like Incoterm export, item category export, material language export, material master export, material only export, this different thing you can see here. So this activity we have to do in the parameters and the filter maintenance. So once you maintain this information in this, like, you know, that here in the maintain filter, then we have to come here and we can see bank master integration, nothing from our side in the bank master integration. This is if required in some cases. I've not seen that as of now any bank integration with this, but SAP has given this option now. So if finance team, they want to have the integration of the banking from the Ariba, that's something I think they can do that. But you know, Ariba is not supporting any kind of payment functionality, right? So might be if the customer, they want to perform the payment, sorry, they want to integrate this payment bank information with the ERP. In their cases, they have to perform this particular configuration, right? Apart from that, we can see purchase info record. So this is applicable if you want to integrate your purchase info record with your ERP, with your Ariba system. So in case of the purchase info record, we can see we have the two config node. One is the maintain Ariba condition type, and second is the maintain parameters. So when you come in the maintain Ariba condition type, so here actually we have to maintain some particular condition type. So if you see this, you have to open this new entries. Now here we have to maintain the particular Ariba solutions like Ariba Network, procurement, master data, and sourcing, right? So generally we can integrate with the sourcing itself, because, you know, if your customer, they are having the Ariba sourcing solution, and with the reference of the sourcing, like if we want to create the forward document of the purchase info record in the SAP ERP, that is possible in the standard way. So we can choose the Ariba sourcing integration here, or whatever you want to choose, we can choose. We have all the 4 options as per the design, but we have to use the Ariba sourcing here. And then here, we have to maintain the Ariba condition type and the SAP condition type. So what is the Ariba condition type and, like, you know, SAP condition type? Ariba condition type means you can say cross price, right? So, you know, in the Ariba side, whenever we are maintaining any of the particular pricing information like shipping price, total cost, freight cost, right? Or discount amount, all those things we are maintaining in the simple text. But in the ERP side, ERP system does not know about the simple text. Why? Because if you see in the ERP side, ERP system knows about your condition technique. So if you come, let me try to show you. If you come here, go to the conditions. So whenever we are talking to SAP, and let's say we have to maintain the gross price. So if you say to SAP gross price, SAP will say, I don't know what is the gross price, right? But if you say Ariba gross price, Ariba system will understand, okay, now gross price, tick, 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 finished. But our ERP system don't know what is gross price. Why? ERP system knows about this condition technique. This condition technique. So when you have to talk to the ERP system, you have to not, you should not have to tell gross price. You have to tell like PBXX. Then immediately ERP system will go in the like the backend in the table. It will check what is PBXX. It will find out, okay, PBXX means gross price. Then it will say PBXX. If you say freight, so same way, ERP system don't know what is the freight. So that ERP system will not respond to you. But when you say FRA1 or let's say FBA1, then ERP system will go back to table, it will check and it will come back to, okay, now freight and value. So, you know, ERP system having the condition technique, whereas Ariba does not have the condition technique. So for that, if we want to maintain, generally we have to maintain, we can maintain the condition type here, like Ariba condition type gross price, and SAP is a PBXX, like this. We can maintain here. I'm just giving one hypothetical example. You can refer CIG cookbook, the exact information what to maintain. I'm just giving the concept what to do in these cases. Okay, so this is the one thing we have to do in case of the purchase info record integration. Then apart from that, we have to maintain, we have to actually maintain one parameter, and how to maintain the parameter for that. If you come back and here we can see we have the option of the maintain parameters. So we can go to the maintain parameters here, open this particular configuration of the maintain parameters. And if you see in this also, you will have the variable which we have to actually enable it. Okay, so you can see what parameter we have. We have the only one parameter, enable skills purchase info record. So generally, you know, in the info record, we are maintaining the skill pricing as well. So for that, if you want to enable this, you can enable. How to enable? Come here, maintain the variant, maintain the partitions, and in the low column, maintain the X value, like this. Okay, but one thing is very important here. Whenever we are going to maintain any of the parameter, this parameter value is a case sensitive. Okay, so this is my past experience as well. Sometimes when we are maintaining X value, and if you maintain the X value in the small, might be it will not work. That's why we have to make sure always we have to maintain in the capital. So when you maintain in the capital, then only system will understand this. Okay, so this parameter value is case sensitive, and while maintaining, we have to make sure we are maintaining the right informations here. Now I'll go to this table, NAST, just simple to show you. Now here we can see we are having the message type here. This is actually a kind of condition type, I would say. Okay. Now here if I'll come, I'll enter here print. Simple. I'm adding print here, right? Or I will add something here, email. Very simple. And I'll click on the enter and try to execute. System will give the error to me. No value is found. Why? Because ERP system don't know about the text information here. What ERP system knows about the condition type. If I'll enter an EU, right? And I click on the enter here. In this cases, if I'll click on the execute, you can see. Now system is trying to run this. So if you try to understand as a normal, what is NAU? Don't know. What is the NAU? We don't know. Email we can easily understand because that's a common word. That is a word, right? But ERP system does not even know about the word. ERP system knows about the condition technique. So when you tell to system NEU, now NEU is the one condition type that we can find out here. If you come here, click on the F4, here you will be able to see. Okay, I think we have only one. That's why not showing here, but here you will able to see different condition type. So ERP system knows about the condition type. That's why whenever you are sending any particular document, like you are sending the PRPO from the ERP to from the Ariba to ERP system, and if you added any shipping cost, and when the ERP system will receive the shipping cost information, ERP will say, I don't know what is shipping cost. So we have to tell them, we have to talk to them in the condition perspective. And for that, we are maintaining this purchase input record condition type here. So that system will able to come to know like what is the condition type in the ERP and what is the condition type in the Ariba, because from the Ariba side, shipping cost word itself is the condition type. So that is the purpose we have to actually perform this mapping. And why this is the exclusive apart from the default mapping, because condition type will vary client to client. In your cases, you may have the client, you may have the condition type ABC. In my cases, I will have the condition type like XYZ, right? So that's why it is exclusive of the default mapping, because default mapping is a mapping of the technical field by field, right? So what is technical field by field that we have seen that earlier land one, BUKRS, those are technical field. That we cannot change it because that is the standard. But condition type, I can change it. Might be in my cases, I will ask my ERP consultant, please configure the condition type ABC. You may say, please configure the condition type XYZ. So if the Ariba will give the default mapping, definitely it's not going to work.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which protocol is used by the SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway for secure communication? Option A, HTTP. Option B, FTP. Option C, SFTP. Option D, AS2. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, are you ready to unlock the power of seamless cloud integration with SAP Ariba? Our SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway course is here to give you the keys to success. You can learn at your own pace on our convenient online platform. In this comprehensive course, you'll master the art of integrating SAP Ariba with other cloud applications, streamlining your business processes and maximizing efficiency. From setting up secure connections to troubleshooting integration issues, our course covers it all. Our instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Ariba CIG. They'll guide you through real-world scenarios and share invaluable insights to help you excel in your role. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the practical knowledge and expert guidance they've gained from this course. They've been able to implement what they've learned and drive tangible results for their organizations. The best part, this game-changing course is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to professionals at any level. Unlock your potential and take your SAP Ariba integration skills to new heights. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Okay, so in the previous session, we have discussed about some of the configuration of the master data manager, master data integration. And as part of the master data integration, whatever the different config that we have to actually perform, like we have to, that maintain some parameter to set up the master data. We have to enable the increment load. So for which particular object, or we can say like for which particular, master data, you want to enable the incremental load. So how to enable the incremental load? That's something we discussed. We discussed about some field restrictions as well. Like if you see from SAP ERP side, so we are having the n number of like field in any of the particular master data. But if you see from the Ariba side, so Ariba is not accepting all the particular information. So Ariba is only accepting some of the field information. So whatever the field restriction that is there, that's something we understood. Apart from that, we discussed about like purchase input record integration, and we talked about some other like the general settings as well, like maintaining the filters, maintaining the parameter. This thing we discussed in the previous session. Okay. So let's come to the next, like the configuration part. So in the next, we can see we are having the maintain system ID for master data. And once again, before going to inside the configuration, as we have seen yesterday as well, the cloud integration gateway cookbook. So that cloud integration gateway cookbook is acting as a Bible for us. Okay. Whenever we have to perform any particular configuration as part of the CIG relevant, CIG, specific. So we always have to refer the CIG cookbook. So with the help of the CIG cookbook, you will able to find out like all the particular configuration step, how to perform the configuration, and even it will also give you some understanding about like the supported values, whatever the supported values we have to enter. That's something also we can find out with the help of the CIG cookbook. So you may not be able to understand the concept, like why we have to do or in which exact scenario that we have to perform that particular configuration, but at least you will get some idea like whatever the things that we have to perform, that you can easily find out in the CIG cookbook. So even SAP is also recommending during the Ariba implementation, if you have the CIG in scope, so they are also recommending to refer the CIG cookbook, because CIG cookbook having all the particular information. Okay. Now, same way, let's move to the next configuration, that is the maintenance system ID for master data. And here actually, this is a kind of optional configuration. And once you come here, so here we have to go to the new entries here. And once you come in this new entry, so we can see we have the system ID and the supplier combinations here. So system ID means from which ERP system you are sending the supplier. So we have to specify our system ID. For example, if you see here, this system ID is S4H client 100. So we can maintain something S4H CLNT 100. And then whatever the particular supplier that you want to send from the ERP to the Ariba system, that's something we have to actually maintain here. Okay, so this is one simple configuration and optional configuration that actually we have to perform. This is not the mandatory. Even if you are not maintaining this information, it will not give any kind of impact as well. So, but this is very, very basic configuration. Okay. And in any cases, if you're having some confusions as well, like not you will not get like complete like flavor of this configuration, but some of the information we can find out with the help of this documentation, that is SAP IMG activity documentation. You can open this IMG activity documentation, and here you will able to understand like some of the step of this particular configuration, like what actually we are going to perform. So we can see it is for the maintain the unique identifier for the vendor across the Ariba solutions. And how to do that? That information we can see here. Okay. Now, next we are having the connections parameter for the master data. And once you come in the connections parameter for master data, so here actually we have to maintain some technical information. So with the combination of the Ariba solutions, whatever the Ariba solutions, that's something like, that you are going to integrate. So with the reference of that, we have to maintain some information about the logical port. We can maintain the information about waiting time. So if once you come here, same way, we have to click on this new entries. And once you click on this new entries, you have to choose the particular solutions, like which solutions you are going to integrate. That is the Ariba procurement, Ariba sourcing. Mainly Ariba procurement and sourcing will come in the picture. But in some cases, if you want to integrate like Ariba network basically, we are not sending any kind of master data. I'm not sure why SAP has given this option here. But apart from that, if you whatever the particular solutions you want to choose any particular option, you can choose here. So let's say I'm selecting Ariba procurement, you can choose here. Then we can maintain the realm ID. So whatever the real ID that you have, you can maintain the realm ID. And we have the options of the waiting time. Right. So here we have to actually maintain the waiting time. What is the waiting time? So what's happening whenever we are sending the particular master data from ERP to Ariba? So we have to run one master CIG specific master data program. So once you run the particular program, system will extract the master data and it will send to the Ariba system. So after extracting, if you want to give a kind of breathing time to system, just like as that we can say hold timing, right? Or you can say breathing timing. If you want to give some breathing timing to system, like system will wait for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then it will start like, pushing the master data. That kind of like, the waiting time we can basically provide here. So whatever the waiting time you want to give, like 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, that's something you can give here as per your choice. Generally, we are adding at least 2 seconds or 5 to 6 seconds, something like that. And also you have to give the logical port, whatever the logical port that is configured, that logical port we have to enter here. So same way, like we can see in this system, the logical port is configured as a CIG golden. We have to specify the logical port as a CIG golden here. So this is the one configuration we have to perform. Then apart from that, we are having the maintain date time stamp for the master data. So, if you see in the ERP system, you may have the list of the master data. And especially if we talk about some of the master data, that is, we can say invoice, not invoice, we can say vendor, internal order, material data, BOM, users, project or WBS. So like if you go inside this master data, we are having a long like history of the master data. But question is that, like, let's assume you are using your ERP solutions from last 5 years and all the different kind of master data that is there. So some of the master data might be still valid. Like if we talk about the supplier information will be still valid. But when you talk about the project or internal order, so this, like, like we are using for a specific project, and once our project get finished, we are closing, or that project or WI internal order will get closed automatically, right? So in that case, we have to specify from which date, from which time period system has to start sending the master data. So either system has to include all the particular informations, or system has to check a kind of go live period. So for example, tomorrow we are going to go live, right? And initial master data load we have performed manually with the help of the data import and export. Now going forward, we are automating this master data program with the help of the batch job. So in that cases, either system has to extract all the historical master data record, or only some certain, like from some specific time period, system has to include the master data. So whatever the specific certain time period you want to specify, that we can give here as part of the date time stamp. Okay, so we can see we have specified the date year, like YY 2023 YY DD, and this is something that timing that we specified here. So this kind of thing we have to add here, depending on the extract, whatever the particular extract you are going to use as per your choice, like project, users, supplier, right, internal order, we can choose any of the particular extract here. So this is the one configuration that we have to perform to set up the master data. Then apart from that, we are having the maintain user profile for user master data. Now, if you open this particular, like, that config node, so in these cases, you will see this kind of like, that table entries this. Now, let's say your customer, they are using the SAP ERP solutions from longer time. Now they are going to implement the Ariba buying and invoicing solution, or you can take any example, any solution name. But let's say your customer, they are using Ariba buying and invoicing solution. So, in the Ariba buying and invoicing solution as well, we have the user manager configuration, and with the help of that, we can set up the users in the Ariba. But as you are aware, in the ERP side, we are having the separate team, that is application security team, GRC team, or basis team. They are responsible to take care of the user master data. So now your customer, they are not accepting, like, to set up the user separately in the Ariba system. They would like to integrate user master from the ERP to the Ariba system itself. That means whenever they will create any new user ID in the ERP system, or they will make any changes in any existing user ID, and if those users are relevant to the procurement team, then that user information should automatically reflect in the Ariba. And in the Ariba, either system should update the user master automatically, or system should create user ID in the Ariba automatically. How you can do that? So basically, in that cases, we have to perform some certain activities. Some activities we have to do that in the Ariba side. Then we have to do some setup in the ERP side as well. So what we are doing in that case is we have to first list out the this list of roles, procurement relevant roles in the ERP side. If you know how to do that, so we can do it easily by ourselves. Otherwise, if you are not aware how to do that, we can ask security team, applications GRC team, or basis team to provide me the list of role. They will give the list of role. Then the same roles we have to create in the Ariba side, right? And whatever the roles, that's something you are thinking that is relevant to the Ariba procurement. That roles we have to actually maintain here. Okay, so this is a kind of table entry, and if you see the table of this transaction, table is that this one, ARB CIG underscore user. 1 second. Huh? Now, if you see, this is the table name, that is the ARB CIG underscore user underscore group. This is a table name. So once you'll finalize the list of roles, you will do the mapping of the ERP roles to Ariba role. Then in that next, we have to come here. And here actually we have to maintain the list of the mapped role. So when we come here and if you click on this that are this table options here, then in the next you will get this kind of screen. Now here you have to choose the particular solutions, like against which solutions you want to actually maintain the role. So we can click on the new entries. You can choose the particular solutions like Ariba procurement or Ariba sourcing, you can choose. And whatever role that is actually you perform the mapping, that role we have to select here. And we have to enter this our Ariba Realm ID. So whatever the Ariba Realm ID that you have, that Ariba Realm ID you can maintain here. So in that cases, we have to actually maintain this table entry. And the benefit of this table entry is that when we will execute the master data program, then system will first come to this table. It will go to ARB CIG underscore user group user mapping table. And in this table, system will check like which role is maintained or whatever role is maintained here that is relevant to the Ariba. So system will pick this list of the role from here, and then it will pass to the user master table, and it will check in the user master table to how many users this role has been assigned. So like that, you will have the table name. So in a standard system will go to the table name, and one system will reach out to that particular table. Then in the table, we will have the particular field, that is role field. System will pass the particular role, like let's say this is a role field. System will pass this role to that this table, and as an outcome, whatever the list of user, the system will find out here that list of user. System will extract and it will send to the Ariba system. So if you are having this kind of scenarios, as part of the integration, in that cases, we have to actually maintain this particular configuration. Otherwise, if you don't have that kind of scenario, in that cases, this configuration will be optional for you. Got it? Okay, then apart from that, we can see the downside. This is something like, this list of the different program SAP has given, which you can use to send the master data. Like you can see schedule job for master data. This is something, the program, if you come here, so you will find out the program name, that is ARB CIG underscore master underscore data export, that we can find out here, right? And even apart from this, if you want to send the bank master, if you want to schedule job for the catalog upload request, schedule job for the bill of material, schedule job for the retail master. So you can come here, open the documentation, you will find out all the particular program. And that program, we have to schedule the background job. So generally basis team, they are scheduling the background job for this master data program. So for example, we'll talk about this schedule job for the master data. So once we complete all the particular setup, then then in the next, we have to come in the ERP system. And in the ERP system, we have to run the particular master data program, that is ARB CIG underscore master underscore data underscore export. Right. So this is the program that we have to execute. And once you will execute, so in these cases, you will able to see the different kind of informations in the program. That means if you want to run for the testing purpose, you can choose the test run here. You can run for the testing purpose only. If you want to run in the batch, we can run in the batch itself. Or to be solution, you want to send the information, you can choose any of the solutions, that is P2P, P2O, sourcing and contract. You can choose any of the particular solutions here, right? Then whatever the load mode you want to send it. So do you want to send this full load or incremental load? You can choose the full load or incremental load as well. So full load in the sense we can say like, that full load means we can say simple, that is creation. And incremental load means we can say that is for the only update. So you can choose the full load, you can choose the incremental load, right? And with the reference of these solutions, what to be solutions you are going to send accordingly, we have to specify the variant and partitions as well. So whatever the variant and partitions you want to actually enter here, you can enter the variant and partitions. And even in some cases, if you are having the multi ERP system or you are having the parent and child side relationship, so in that case, if you want to specify the particular child side or not the parent side, because parent we can find out easily. So if you're having the child side, then we can provide the site name of the your child side. That information also you can provide here. So that means if you're going to add any child site name, so that means you are going to send, like here you can see. So we are having something, this is one client, that site name. So you can see Gemscraft C1T. This is something we can say it is the parent site. Okay. But inside the parent site, we have one child site as well, that is C1 test. And if you want to send this master data to directly to C1 test, we can actually, select, give this like URL or ID for the child site. That's something also we can do that. Okay. Then apart from that, in the last, whatever the particular master data we required, that is a different kind of org data, plant, company code, purchasing org, purchase group, plant purchase org, different kind of accounting data like cost center, WBS, general ledger, network and activity, or cross application configuration data like account category, payment terms, ERP commodity code, task code. Even we have the options of the supplier, we have the options of the user. Now recently you can see SAP has added this user group as well. So earlier this option was not there. If you might have seen that earlier as well, that time it was, this option was not there, but now we can see we are having the options of the user group also. Okay, so we can select this user group as well. If you want to send, user group means role. So we can send this role as well. Even if you want to enable the fund management, we can enable the fund management as well. And we can send the fund information as well. So like that, different options, like, the input options SAP has given here. Now, as a Ariba consultant, what will be the our job in this cases? So once your master data configuration will be done, whatever the particular master data that you want to, you want to send to the Ariba system. So we have to come to SE38 transaction code. We have to execute this program, ARB CIG underscore master underscore data underscore export. And depending on the requirement, like we have to give all the basic informations here and whatever the master data you want to send. So let's say I want to send only the cost center, general ledger, WBS, these three master data I want to send in this load. So we can select this particular options and we have to create the variant. Okay, so how actually we have to create the variant? So in that cases, we can come here. Once you give the all the input or required information here, then click on this save as a variant option. You can see we have to click on this save as a variant. And once you click on this save as a variant, in that cases, system will give you a kind of a screen and we can give the variant name or whatever the variant name you want to add. You can give the variant name, you can give the description here, whatever you want to give. You can give this, and in the last, you have to click on the save. Okay, so once you click on the save, then this variant will get created. And in the next, we have to reach out to basis team and we have to give the variant name along with the program name. Like this is a program name and this is the variant name. Please schedule the batch job for this particular master data program. Based on the required frequency, you can specify like every 30 minutes, every 1 hour, every 4 hours, every day. So whatever frequency you want to define, you can choose, and then they will schedule the background job at the year end. So this is the overall process. That's something we have to follow to automate the master data from the SAP ERP system to the Ariba system. Now, before coming to you for any question, let me just cover a few more things here that we can see in the downside, like maintain the text type. So if you come here, open the maintain text type. And in this maintain text type, if you see, we are having the different tax information. This is applicable if your customer, they don't have the any third party tax engine like Fabrics, OneSource, and we can say Vertex, different like third party tax engine we have. So if your customer, they are pulling the tax information directly from the ERP to Ariba, not from the any third party tax engine. So in that case, we can maintain here the condition type, like which condition type you configured as part of the taxes, right? Then here we have the tax code. What is the tax code is applicable? What is the tax jurisdiction code? It is mentioned here that we can maintain here. And what is this tax type? Either it is GST, sales tax, input tax, or we can say any education says. So whatever the tax type is here, that's something we can maintain here. So this kind of entry we have to actually maintain here. So system will understand like these are the relevant tax condition type, tax information for the Ariba, and this information will go to the Ariba system itself. So this is the one setting that we have to do. And in these cases, if you are aware about the ERP tax information, you can find all the informations and you can maintain. Otherwise, if you're not aware, you can reach out to a finance team. And finance team, you know that tax is not very small topic. We are having lots of things in the taxes. So you can reach out to finance team, you can get all the informations, and then you can, basically collect all the information you can maintain here. Okay. Now, recent master data for catalog upload request. This is mainly for the catalog upload request. If you open this particular, the configuration, so it will give you a kind of program itself. And with the help of this, we are just the sending the catalog upload request, whatever catalog you want to upload. So whatever the file, the system that is available in your directory, that particular file location we can specify here. You can maintain the variant and partitions, and you can simply execute. Even in some cases, if you want to provide the information about the archiving, that you can provide here, but this is not required. You can only give the source of file information, your Ariba variant, partitions ID, then you can click on the send. That's it. Okay. So like this, the different kind of configuration that we have to actually perform as part of this master data integration. It is not necessary all the particular configurations is applicable in your cases. This is not relevant, required. But based on the scope, whatever the particular solutions you are going to integrate, and whatever the particular configuration or information that is relevant to you, that particular setup that we have to actually perform here, and then we can automate the master data from the SAP ERP to the Ariba system. So that's it about the master data integration. So these are the basically different things that we can do in the master data integration. Now, one more thing I would like to show you, that's something we don't have to do. We required SAP ABAP consultant help, that is the enhancement. So if you want to perform any kind of particular enhancement, then we can come into the enhancement here. And this thing, you can give it to the ABAP consultant. And here we can see we are having a different kind of enhancement touch point, which things we can enhance as per our client requirement. Like we can see maintain field map for master data or catalog upload request. We can go to different bodies here, bodies for bank master, bodies for master data program, bodies for the purchase info record, bodies for the change master, bodies for bill of material, bodies for the article masters. So this information SAP has given as a standard here. So in any cases, like how Lalit said earlier, like in some cases, if that master data program input selection screen does not having some kind of informations. So if that basically that particular program does not having the input selection option and we are expecting something, then how we can do that, right? So even as I said earlier, like, that we have to first reach out to our ABAP consultant. We have to ask them, like, can you please check that particular, like, that master data program, how complex it is, enhance, either it is feasible or not feasible. So in that cases, definitely they will try to, that find out like whatever different bodies that is there in that master data program, whatever different method that is there in that master data program, all the informations they will try to find out. So how they will find out? They have to do the debug, or else they will ask you, can you please execute the program in the development system so I can put some debugger and I can find out like which bodies, which method it is calling, right? So that's a kind of lengthy things that we have. And that's why just Ariba made it very simplify. Like you don't have to worry. You can come here, you can see all the informations you can see. Now what you want, you can take, you can check. Okay. So Ariba is also not saying you can do that because every client having on requirement, on choice. But at least if you can do the feasibility check, if it is feasible, you can do that. If not feasible, then you have to ignore or you can reach out to the SAP team. So this kind of thing that we can find out here, but this is more relevant to the only coding part. So we can come in the enhancement like a spot here and you can find out all the particular informations. Okay. So this is the overall configuration that we have to perform as part of this master data integration. Now in the next, we are going to move in the master data native integration. Even in the master data native integration, in short, it is called as that MDNI. So in the master data native integration, we will have the similar kind of options, but in the different and simplified way. So let's talk about the different kind of like config node, what it is there in the master data native integration. Initially, as a Ariba consultant, we have to first go there in the developer portal. We should have developer access in that cases. And first we have to explore the API, like which API is suitable for us, or which API can fulfill our requirement, right?
Okay.
And that API you have to find out. Even on the portal itself, you will have the like it's very simplify, a simple thing, not simple thing, but Ariba has given some simple like step as well. You can just make a test as well by giving some input, and you can verify the output as well. So this kind of initial thing you can do that like by yourself. And if you're thinking like looks like this API is relevant for this requirement, in that cases like that we can take the technical help, we can build up the API, we can modify, enhance the API, that kind of thing we can do that. Okay, I'm also taking some project on the freelancing basis as well. So if you have something, let me know. I can help you there as well. Okay, so let's start. Let's talk about this master data native integration. So basically, this master data native integration is the same as we discussed about master data integration. But I would say this master data native integration is the simplified process of the master data integration. And SAP has given good functionality in the master data native integration. That is quite interesting as well. So if you want to set up, you want to use the master data native integration, you don't want to use the master data integration, that's something also we can do. How we can do? So we have to come in this master data in native integration and we can see the different config here. So in these cases, you can see some limited configuration. So whatever the unnecessary configuration that was there that is there in the master data integration, that's something SAP have removed from the native integration. They have given only few of the important, like not few of the all the configuration they have given, but in the simplified manner. So here, if you when we come in this master data native integration, the first option you can see that is the general settings. So we have to open the general settings, and inside this, the interesting thing is that in these cases earlier we have seen that like that. How system came to know in case of master data integration, the which master data we are going to send to from ERP to Ariba, how to send. So we maintain the parameters and filters, right? But in case of this master data native integration, SAP has given the option that is the set up the interface. So if you remember, yesterday we discussed about interface setup for the supply chain collaboration and commerce automation. So same way here as well, we can set up the interface, right? And to set up the interface, we can come to this config node, that is configure the outbound connections to send a message. You can open this particular configuration. And once you open this particular configuration, then you will get the similar kind of page here itself, like you can see. Okay. And in these cases, IDOC will not be applicable. Everything is going from the web services itself. So we can see we have the section interface setup for the web services, right? And inside this, you have the options of the outbound sent to SAP Ariba CIG, like whatever the master data you are going to send from the ERP to Ariba, that's something we have to specify here. So we can choose the appropriate data center, whatever data center is applicable in your cases, right? And also one interesting thing you can see here, whatever different data center that Ariba is offering as of now. So we can say we are having the 5 data center now. Earlier it was 3, but now we can see we are having the 5, China, Europe, Saudi, then we have the UAE, and we have the US itself. So this 5 data center Ariba is offering, depending on the scope, like in which data center your data is there. Accordingly, you can choose the data center here. Then we can select like how to which system you want to connect. Either you want to connect to the test instance or production instance, that you can choose here. Then we have to give our P user ID and password. So whatever the P user ID you have and whatever the password you are having as part of the P user ID and password, we can give here. Then down the side, we can choose the appropriate master data here. Okay. Even we are having the proxy option. So if in your system, if the proxy is configured, this thing you can verify by yourself from the SM59 transaction code, or you can reach out to basis team. Basis team, they will confirm you about the proxy. So you can collect the proxy host name and number that we can enter here, right? If required, it's not mandatory. Then you can choose the required master data like company code, plant, purchasing group, payment terms, cost center, GL account, user, metal group, currency, exchange rate, product master. All these particular info options you can choose, and based on that, you have to click on the execute. Okay. So once you click on the execute, then this interface setup will be built up. And whatever this master data that you selected here, based on that, the interface will be build up, and its system will have the confirmation like, okay, these are the different master data that you want to send from the ERP to the Ariba system. So this is something like, that one interesting thing that you can find out in case of this master data native integration. Okay. Then apart from that, if you move to the next, we are having the options about configure Ariba master data native interface extract event. So we can come to this particular configuration, and here you will able to see almost similar kind of options what we have seen earlier as well. This is even though they have given the extract event, here we can see it is an incremental extract event, what we discussed as part of the master data integration. Same options is available here itself, but naming is something different. Like you can see, configure Ariba master data native interface extract event. So they have to give the naming convention like incremental extract event, but with the help of naming, don't get confused. This is about the incremental extract event, what we discussed as part of the master data integration. Okay. Then this down below is the same configuration, that is configure Ariba master data native interface incremental field restriction. This is also same thing what we explored earlier as well. Like for the particular master data, which field are going to send to Ariba, that's something you can find out from here. You can see same options we have. You can choose any of the particular options, and you can explore the list of the field. That's something is there as part of the field restriction. So this part also we discussed earlier. So the same thing is available here. And even configure Ariba event linkage. This is also same thing what we discussed yesterday. So we can maintain the event link here itself. by following the documentation. Okay, here we don't have, but we can refer the CIG configuration guide. There you will able to find out. And based on that, you can maintain all the particular master data event there, whatever you want to send. Okay, so this is same thing that what we discussed. Now, apart from that, if you come downside, so in the downside, SAP has given something application specific settings. So application specific means not about like, particular applications. So if you open the application specific setting, you can see we have the product master and we are having the users here. Okay. So when you open this product master here, you will able to see product master means what? You can say material master. So if you come here in the product master, you can, if you open the maintain parameter, we have to maintain some table entries. So we have to maintain some parameters here. So here we can see we are having only one parameter, change a log, change document retention days. This information parameter you can see. And here, if you want whatever number of days you want to maintain as part of the retention period, that's something we can maintain here. Okay. So this is basically very simple and it's your client specific information like based on this retention period. And then we can see users as well. And in user, you can see we are having two options. The same options we seen earlier in the master data integration, but it was available separately. But now here they have given a specific like, that application, like if you are having the requirement to integrate users, then whatever setup we have to do, we can do here. So same way we can come here and we can find out these two configuration and same thing we discussed earlier as well. So we can go to SAP Ariba user HR event linkage. You can maintain the event linkage for the HR master data and how to maintain the information. That's something we already discussed. You can follow CIG book with the help of that. You can maintain the year. And even if you come to this maintain user profile, so this thing we discussed earlier as well, just before some time about the ARB CIG that user group table entries, the same table you can maintain here itself. Okay. But the thing is that in case of this master data native integration, this is something, this configuration is available in the like sequential way. So we will not get any kind of confusion like what to do, where we have to do. This information we can easily find out here itself. Okay. So this information you can see in the master data native integration, and then we have the maintain time stamp for the master data native integration. This is same thing that we discussed just before some time, a kind of go live date. So from which date you want to send this particular master data, whatever you want to send, that date time stamp we have to maintain here with the combination of the our system ID information. Okay, so this is also same thing we can see here itself. And then apart from that, if you come to the next, we can see schedule job for the master data native integration. So in these cases, if you see, so SAP has simplified this thing. How it's simplified, now you can see in this case, generally what is happening, if you see in the master data integration, so we have only one program, ARB CIG underscore master underscore data underscore export. And in that program, we are having the different master data like company code, plant, tax code, GL account, different informations we can see there. Okay. Now the problem is that like whenever we are going to run the program, for example, let me show you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following integration patterns is supported by the SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway? Option A, real-time point-to-point. Option B, batch file transfer. Option C, message queuing. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So whenever we are going to run this particular master data program, so in this program, we can see we are having the list of the different master data, right? So if you are going to run like, a single batch job with all the list of master data, that's a problem. Why that's a problem? Because let's say we selected like plant, company code, purchasing org, purchase group, cost center, GL account, WBS, internal order, right? And even we selected account category, currency conversion, payment term, tax code, ERP commodity code, the different information we added here. So the problem is that, like, if you talk about the plant, you may have the, that 50 entry, 100 entry, right? If you talk about the company code, you may see around 20, 30 entries, right? And the same way, if you talk about the purchasing org, you may have the, like, that 5 to 10 entries. If you talk about the cost center, you may have 1,000 of the entry. If you talk about the GL account, 1,000 of the entry, right? I'm just giving a, like, that high level value, but this number will vary client to client. So if you are going to push all the master data at a time with the single program, so it may impact on your system performance, right? Because let's say, our customer, they are having 10,000 of the cost center, 10,000 of GL account, and we are sending with the help of this program. So when this information will system will extract, definitely it will take some time. And when this information will go to Ariba, definitely it will take some time, and it may give some like a performance issue as well. So in these cases, generally what we are doing, we are creating the separate variant for a single program. So one variant will create for the organizational data, one variant will create for the accounting data, one variant will create will create for the cross application configuration data. So like that, we will actually create, and then we'll schedule the different background job. Now the question is that why we have to do that? Why it required? Why not? We can have the separate program itself, so that based on the requirement, whatever the program I would like to run, I can run it simply. Right. So that's why in the master data native integration, SAP has, the given the separate, like, that options there, their list of the program that you can find out here itself. You can see we are having something ARB CIG MDNI account category, company code, cost center, ARB CIG GL account, ARB CIG metal group, ARB CIG plant, ARB CIG plant purchase org. You can see different list of master data we have here. So let's say, for example, if I want to only send this, let's say metal group. So what I will do, I will copy this program, ARB CIG MDNI metal group. And if I'll go there, and when I will run this, enter this master data, click on the execute. Now, in these cases, if you see, this program is only going to allow you to send you the metal group. So with the help of this program, you're not going to send this, like, all the master data. You can see only we have the only one option, that is the metal group extract. That's it. So this kind of simplification, that's something like, that SAP has given as part of the MDNI integration, that is master data native integration. So if you want to use this, you can basically use the individual program. Accordingly, you can set up the batch job for that particular master data, and then you can, like, that run any of the particular program to send the particular information. Okay. And not only this, even apart from this, one more thing SAP has given in the MDNI, that is about the area menu to run the MDNI program. So whatever, like, that master data program we have seen earlier, this one as part of the MDNI. So same thing, SAP has given a kind of area menu, or I would say a transactions tree menu. And what is that? So for that, SAP has given one transaction code that is called as the ARB CIG underscore MDNI, right? So if you want to run this ARB CIG underscore MDNI, so we can come here, and same way you can just run this program. Let me try to run it. Okay, so we can come here, we can run this program. This is T code now the program. We can give the T code name ARBCIG underscore MDNI and click on the enter. So once you click on this enter, then you can see system is showing the all the area menu. So same thing you can see here as well. If you based on the T code, like we can see ARBCIG MDNI underscore plant, ARBCIG MDNI purchase org, then plant purchase org, tax code, GL, internal order, payment terms, material group, cost center, all the information you can see. So in these cases, if you want to run this with the help of this area menu, you can simply come here. You can just just execute any of the particular area menu. You can see directly you will get this option. So T-code option also SAP has given in case of the MDNI, and this kind of options is not there in the master data integration part. So this is something about all this MDNI configuration. And in the last, we are having the bodies for MDNI program. So same thing, SAP has given this particular information to the, to ABAPer, to technical consultant, whatever different things they want to perform as part of this bodies, they can find out in the MDNI as well. So overall, if you now we can say like from configuration point of view, we are having a similar kind of concept in the MDNI as well. But as compared to this master data integration, MDNI is a simplified version. Simplified the config options, and SAP has removed this all the unnecessary configuration, what is actually not applicable in case of the Ariba integration. All the configurations they have removed, and they kept only the required configuration, what actually or what globally we are using as a customer. So that's why in some cases you may see some customers they're preferring to go with the MDNI. So earlier MDNI was not available. I think last to last release MDNI SAP has they added. So now customer they are also preferring to go with the MDNI, and with the help of the MDNI we can simply perform the master data native integration as well. So these are the different configurations that we have to actually perform as part of this master data integration. And now we have completed this master data integration and the native integration. So in the next, we have to move to the Ariba specific application specific integration, that we can say strategic sourcing and the Ariba P2P. Okay, now in the next, we are having the important 3 topic left. Not 3 topic, I would say 4 topic. 4th one is very small, but we have the 4 topic left just only for information purpose. That is SAP Ariba Static Sourcing Suite Integration, SAP Ariba Procurement Integration, and then CIG Portal. So this 3 topic is very important. That is now it is pending in as per our part of this our this CIG implementation. And apart from that, we are having some other different add-on as well, like Ariba Network Configuration. So I will show you the about the endpoint configuration, and some options will talk about this configuration activity to transfer data and test central. This is not in functional as of now. Test central we may expect, but these 2 options, I would say these 2 options not in functional, but in coming releases we may expect these options will functional. So we'll talk about this part as well, that what is basically we have to do here. Okay, so just for your information purpose, this 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 topic is left. Whatever timing it will take, will spread the timing, but just only for information purpose. If you are thinking as per the course curriculum something is missing, or something going differently, so please feel free to let me know. Accordingly we'll do that. Because see, the important thing is not about we are spending time 2 months 3 months, right, or 1 week 2 weeks. Important thing is that clarity of the concept. If your concept is clear, that's fine. That's my thinking. Okay, now let's move to the next topic, that is the SAP Ariba Strategic Sourcing Suite Integration. Now, in these cases, with the help of this SAP Ariba Strategic Sourcing Suite Integration, this will be applicable in case if you want to have the integration from your Ariba Strategic Sourcing to the ERP system, or you can say from the ERP to the Ariba Strategic Sourcing Solution. And mainly this configuration we have to perform for the request for quotation, or I would say is specific to the sourcing module. Okay, but in this cases to perform this configuration, we required some SAP knowledge itself. If you are having the SAP knowledge, then you can do it easily. Otherwise, in some cases, if you don't have the SAP ERP knowledge, SAP module knowledge, then you may need to take the help from the SAP consultant. That's why, if you remember, that at the initial session, when we discussed about the team build-up for the CIG integration, so we discussed about we required SAP consultant as well, partial, not fully. Okay. So whatever that thing is required from point of view, we'll see. So let's go to the inside this configuration, and let's see that what different thing we have to do here. So once we come here in the SAP Ariba Static Sourcing Suite integration, we can see we have the two config. One is the general settings, and second is the application specific settings. So first, if you go in the general settings, so in the general settings, in all the cases, even not only in the static sourcing, even if you go to the Ariba P2P integration, in that case as well, we have to set up the interface. Okay. Now, when we come in this Ariba Static Sourcing Suite integration, we can see we have the config, general settings, set up the interface, and here we have to perform these two configuration. Not these two, only one configuration. That is the configure the connections to send a message. Okay. Now, before we talk about this thing, let's talk about one important thing here that will make you a little bit more clarity. Can anyone tell me, if I'm a customer, I'm going to implement the only Ariba sourcing module, and I would like to have the integration with the Ariba sourcing. So how our system landscape will looks like? So in their cases, how it looks like, how the process will work in these cases. So in these cases, so first, if you see from system architecture point of view, then you will have the Ariba sourcing and Ariba SAP ERP system in the backend, Ariba sourcing from the Ariba point of view. And then we have to integrate the Ariba sourcing with the ERP system with the help of the CIG. Okay, but as you know, the Ariba network is the backbone, or we can say data center of the Ariba. So whatever the particular data you are going to send from the ERP to the Ariba sourcing, right? So that data first will come to from ERP to CIG, then from CIG it will go to the Ariba network, and from the Ariba network it will go to the Ariba sourcing, right? Or even Ariba network, if you want to add here itself, that's something is also fine. You can add the Ariba network here as well as a buyer and supplier. That's also possible. Okay. Now, why I'm basically indicating this thing? So generally, might be you may have the similar kind of experience. When you go to the UAE client or Saudi client, the Saudi client, their data is very, very sensitive, right? And even they're not like, that I don't know what the government rule they have and why they are doing like this, but they are not like, storing data on the Ariba network side. They want, but they don't want to have a common like data center to store their data. Like usually if you see in the India client, or if you see in the US client, or any other client apart from that Middle East region. So all the clients are okay. If Ariba is going to give the data center of the Europe or USA, they're okay. There's no problem. Right. But when you talk to the Saudi Arabia client, they are not expecting to have the common data center. That is the reason if you see in the ERP system as well, in the ERP system also, if you see, so sorry, not this. That's the reason if you come to this, that data center point of view. So Ariba has given the separate data center for the Saudi Arabia client that we can see here. You can see KSA and UAE, right? So these two data center, they have given specific to the Middle East, right? Why? Because they are having the good business in the Middle East. That's why they have launched the separate data center for the UAE region itself. So you will have your own data center. You will not have dependency to the China data center, Europe data center, or to the USA data center, right? So they have given the specific data center to this UAE region. That's something you have to use it. Okay, so now that's why you will see the architecture looks like this. You will have ERP, CIG, Ariba network, and the sourcing solution. Okay, but some customer, or before that, let's come one step back as well, just to for better understanding now. So this will be that a system architecture looks like. So in these cases, what is happening? So in these cases, if you see from process flow point of view, so once you create the particular document, like let's say here we have created the RFQ document. This RFQ document will come from the ERP to CIG. From CIG to it will go to the Ariba buyer network. And from Ariba Bar Network, it will go to the Ariba sourcing solution. Okay, this process flow will work in that cases. So generally, most of the customer, they're okay with that. But when you talk to some Middle East client, so Middle East client, they will say, no, 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 no. Why we have to involve the Ariba network? I don't want. So they don't want to have the Ariba network itself. They will say, no, 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 I don't want to have the Ariba network. So what do you think? Can we remove the Ariba network from here? So if they're asking to remove this Ariba network buyer side, can we remove this? Yeah, you may say no, you can say no. You will say no, because you will say as part of this Ariba ERP sourcing to ERP integration, we have to create the endpoint configuration on the Ariba network buyer portal. Otherwise, how the system will come to know from which document, from which system Ariba system is receiving the information, to which system Ariba has to send the follow-on documents, how system came to know, because endpoint configuration we are doing on the Ariba network. Correct. So technically you will say, no, this is not possible. Right. Because this is the backbone and you must have like, this Ariba buyer network in place. I'm not talking about supplier because supplier is different thing. I'm talking about the buyer. So buyer network, you will say we cannot remove because this should be there. Right. But client requirement is that, especially middle client requirement, I don't want to this. I cannot trust on this because we are very sensitive from data point of view. We cannot send data to Ariba buyer network here. This you have to remove it. I would like to have the integration only with ERP, CIG, and sourcing. That's it. How we can do that? So yes, we can do that. Earlier, this option was not there in the like Ariba, but now SAP has given this option. Even recently, we have implemented one integration project to one of the UAE client. They are basically from the defense industry, defense sector, and we have implemented the similar kind of scenario to there as well. That is my first implementation. First implementation, not Ariba implementation. That's why that was my first ERP integration without the Ariba network. So this kind of options SAP is giving to now, and mainly if you see this kind of requirement, it will come from the Northeast client. Sorry, Middle East client. Okay, and for this, if you see, SAP has given the configuration as well. And which configuration SAP has given? SAP has given the configuration, enable direct integration bypassing the Ariba network. Okay, so this kind of configuration is now available. And with the help of this, you can bypass the Ariba network, like, that integration. You can perform the direct connectivity itself without the Ariba network. Like you can see, this is some information it is given to maintain the parameters required for direct integration between Ariba CIG and Ariba static sourcing solutions to meet residency requirement. Then this enables bi-directional data flow between SAP ERP or S/4HANA and Ariba static sourcing solutions by passing the Ariba network. So now this kind of like requirement, this kind of functionality now SAP has given to the client. And sometimes you may get this kind of requirement as well. So you should know, yes, we can do that. So in these cases, with the help of this particular configuration, SAP has completely removed the Ariba network setup. We don't have to perform any kind of setup as part of the Ariba network. This Ariba network setup will completely get removed in these cases. So not entire the Ariba network. This will include only, this will remove only Ariba buyer network, because your data is going to store in the buyer network, and from buyer network, it is going to the data center, right? So this will like remove the completely buyer network. Supplier network will still be there. And in that cases, your process flow will looks like you will send the RFQ from ERP to CIG, from CIG to sourcing, from sourcing to CIG, CIG to the Ariba, CIG to the ERP system. This process will be there. And for that, we have to maintain only one configuration, enable direct integration bypassing Ariba network. You can open this particular configuration. And here, if you see, you have the options here to just only enablement. So we have to only put one checkbox there, like you can see here. So if you want to enable this, you can come here, click on this, like, that modify Then here you have to just click on the X. That means, yes, you want to bypass the Ariba network. Okay, so these are the different thing. That's something SAP has given in the earlier release. Now, apart from that, let me cover this part as well. Then I'll come to you. Apart from that, as part of this general settings interface setup, we have to set up the configure the connections to send a message. This we discussed many times, I think. So same way you can come here itself. Now, only differences is that we have to select the particular documents carefully. So once we come here in this interface setup as well, we can see we have the interface setup for the IDOC, interface setup for the web services. So whatever the particular like documents you are sending as part of the interface setup. So basically in these cases, in case of Ariba sourcing module integration, we have to select only quote request, right? But otherwise, if your customer, they are going to implement the product sourcing, even I never get a chance to implement the product sourcing. So here we have to choose this quote request. Then apart from that, if you're having the product sourcing, so we can send this characteristics. You can send the article masters, bank master, article masters, article with components that we can choose here. But this is not applicable because this is only for the product sourcing. Then apart from that, in the downside, you can set up the web services and as part of the web services, whatever the outbound message you want to send to from ERP to CIG, you can choose any of the outbound message here, like Ariba sourcing status update, Ariba contract response, then purchase info record confirmation, SLP confirmation out request, SLP outbound request. So this is not applicable only for the Ariba sourcing module. This interface setup will also help you to integrate your SLP module and even the contract module as well. And the same way, you can come downside, whatever the particular component required for the inbound messages, that's something also you can choose. Like what inbound message you want to receive, that is Ariba sourcing contract, Ariba sourcing purchase order, Ariba sourcing service item, SLP confirmation in SLP inbound request. Even we can receive scheduling agreement, BOM confirmation, SLP relationship, different options are there. So whatever the particular options you want to choose, you can choose. Based on that, we have to simply click on the execute. And once you click on the execute, then this interface setup will be developed automatically. And wherever IDOC is applicable or wherever web service is applicable, all the particular setup will take place automatically in the ERP system. So this activity we have to do as part of the general settings. We'll see next week. So once again, I'm requesting to everyone, please check your course curriculum once again. In case if you're lagging something, so please feel free to let me know. Why I'm saying, because sometimes it happened like, at the end of the journey, sometimes it happened like, oh, no, this is not something done right. So please check and share your feedback as well to the ZaranTech team, or you can share with me as well. So at least if something is lagging, we can improve and we can closely, that smoothly, whatever timing it will take, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we'll do it, right? But we'll get the good knowledge, good experience here. That is my intention. So please feel free to share your feedback or any input if you want.
Hey there, are you ready to unlock the power of seamless cloud integration with SAP Ariba? Our SAP Ariba Cloud Integration Gateway course is here to give you the keys to success. You can learn at your own pace on our convenient online platform. In this comprehensive course, you'll master the art of integrating SAP Ariba with other cloud applications, streamlining your business processes and maximizing efficiency. From setting up secure connections to troubleshooting integration issues, our course covers it all. Our instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience in SAP Ariba CIG. They'll guide you through real-world scenarios and share invaluable insights to help you excel in your role. Don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the practical knowledge and expert guidance they've gained from this course. They've been able to implement what they've learned and drive tangible results for their organizations. The best part, this game-changing course is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to professionals at any level. unlock your potential, and take your SAP Ariba integration skills to new heights. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.